So call the Transportation Commission meeting for September 13th, 2023 to order. Ariana, if you could please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual Transportation Commission meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I swear I saw Robbie sign in. I wonder if she got kicked out and is coming back in again.
Said she was mid-Zoom update.
Is it Robbie
okay.
Weber?
Yes.
Okay, I just promoted Robbie Weber to panelist.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Okay, Aiden, if you would call the roll, please. So it's Zoom update day, so we may have some delays. I know it took me a while, so.
All right, Juliana Bennett.
Here.
I think it's here. Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
MGR Govindarajan. Nina Martinez Rutherford is excused. Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here now.
Denise Chess.
Here.
Pepe Barros. Said he might run a few minutes late. I don't see him yet. Darren Wozniewski is
here.
Chris McCahill is excused, I believe.
Yes.
Nikki Vandermeulen is excused. Bill Bremer.
Here.
And Harold Kleems.
Here.
Okay. Thanks. So, Bill, you are able to vote this evening. Everybody have an opportunity to take a look at the minutes that came out earlier. Bill.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot to raise my hand. I need to abstain. I didn't, I read the minutes, but I wasn't at the last meeting.
Okay. So we'll show Darren as abstaining, but we still have enough. Okay. Do we have any registrants for item number 1? We did have an email that was saved out there, but did we have anybody registered under that item, Aiden?
Nope, we do not.
Okay, thank you. How about any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, seeing no hands. All right, we have 3 items proposed for the consent agenda. So do we have anybody who is registered to speak on any items?
We have one person for item 3.
registered to speak?
Yep. Robert Kleba of Gorham Street opposes.
Okay. Okay, so we will pull that one off the consent agenda. So we have items 2 and 4 on the consent agenda. Robbie? People have hands up in the attendees queue, and that's not really appropriate, so I'm not sure why your hand is up. But in any event, at this point, we have, excuse me, item 2, the director's report, ledge file 79769, and item 4, the annual review of Metro Transit Safety Plan, ledge file 79773. Does anybody wish for item 2 or item 4 to be pulled off the consent agenda? Okay, see no hands. Do we have a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Robbie?
Move approval of item, was it 1 and 2?
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Okay, 2 and 4.
Okay, Darren?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on approving the consent agenda, which is item 2 and item 4. I assume no discussion. I'm also assuming unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so we've approved items 2 and item 4. So item 3 is approval of the Metro Transit Title VI plan. So before we hear from the public, Connor, I see you on. I assume you're here to talk about the Title VI plan. Could we have just a very brief discussion about it? Or Mick, whichever one of you would choose to do it.
Sure, I can do it.
Okay.
Sean, if you could back me up when I say this, other than this Title VI plan is actually a plan for the past 3 years, and it's not for the future 3 years. And it's pretty similar. We don't have a lot of changes from this plan to the previous plan that you've reviewed. Next year, we do have a few items that we would like to make some changes to, but that would be involve a public hearing, and we're not proposing to do that right now, but we would like to just get that on your radar, and we will be bringing that to you at the beginning of the year.
Okay, great. So why don't we hear, Robbie, I was going to hear from the public and then have discussion.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thanks. If you don't mind that, I figured we might want to hear from the public first. So Aiden, who do we have?
So we have Robert Kleba of Gorham Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak. And they're also
Okay, you have
representing Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association.
Okay, thanks. Robert, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. I see him there. His hand is up. Can you see him?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. I raised my hand earlier because I intended to register for agenda item 5.
Oh, did you get in the wrong spot?
I don't remember entering 3.
Okay. Oh, geez. Well, technology, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. Would you prefer to speak about item 5 then, I imagine?
When the agenda item comes up, I will do. Thank you.
Okay, Aiden, if you could please remember and call Robert back on item 5 as well, that would be great. Okay, so Robbie?
I guess, thank you, Mick, for explaining that this is for the last 3 years. But I guess my question is, why do we have a plan for years that we've already passed? I guess that's just sort of a, procedure question, but I'm just wondering why that is.
So this is required by the FTA. So it's always a retrospective. There are some things that are for the future. We elected to not do that. So it's just rolling over the former policies. It updates some census information. Other than that, it was found to have no impacts. And it is all of the old routes. None of the new routes are in there because it's a retrospective. But that's just the way the FTA does things. It is a little confusing because it's like we're talking about the 2023 plan, but it's for nothing to do with 2023. So that's just a procedure thing with the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration.
Okay. All right. So we're not behind in any way. This is normal for FTA. It's just weird to call it a plan for something that has already happened, but okay.
Well, yeah, the update is kind of semantics, but yeah. So when you have a plan, usually you've had that plan for a long time and you update it. Yeah, it does take retrospective information.
And
So basically, go ahead, Mick.
just honestly, we are actually ahead of the game of what we usually are. Usually we're asking for extensions, and we're actually going to hit a deadline, hopefully, as we move along. So we're actually ahead of the game, and we have plans, like I said, to come talk to you again proactively and get things going ahead of time. So we're actually catching up, to be honest.
Good job. Okay, is there further discussion? Denise.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. And let me know if this is not an appropriate place for this, but this might be a future agenda when this plan comes back for the current. I want to just bring everybody's awareness to the fact that the Title VI plan really doesn't address the needs of people with disabilities, since it's Title VI under the Civil Rights Act. And so this is where I think we had a lot of public confusion and concern during the redesign process. People hoping for more out of Title VI, and it's really able to do. I'm working on this issue with colleagues on a national level because people with disabilities really fall through the cracks, not covered under Title VI, and the ADA does an insufficient job of addressing the needs of people with disabilities in the transit space. So just to bookmark that for all of us to be thinking about whenever we're talking about Title VI, we're not measuring the experience and equity for people with disabilities. And I think we need to be really clear about that as a commission, because I do think it really fed a lot of the confusion on the public side. And then to be continually looking at how are we looking at equity for people with disabilities when we're evaluating our transit system.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Denise. That's an important clarification because we had that conversation multiple times last year when we were discussing approval of the Title VI plan related to the network redesign. But Mick, you're handling that as a separate initiative, are you not?
Correct. Yes. Yes, we are. And we could come back and talk about that. We've put out some information asking for input, and we have gotten some feedback that we could come talk to you about at a later meeting. But yes, we are handling that completely separate.
Okay. So when we get to future agenda items, I'm just pulling out my list there. We've had one discussion about accessibility of Metro Transit for people with disabilities. Would that be good, Mick?
Yes.
Okay, so what we'll do, Denise, is we've talked about this at prior meetings, and we'll call it out as a separate agenda item. But it's fantastic that you brought that up because I think that is a misconception.
Yeah. Thanks, Anne. And I have been really appreciating working with Metro closely on this issue. So I think we'll have some important things to report. So thanks for noting it.
Okay. All right. We need a motion to approve. Harold?
Move approval of the Title VI plan.
Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to abstain or vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, thanks. And Pepe, does that mean that you count as 1.5 members tonight? I don't know if he can hear me, but there's a cutie sitting on his lap. So, all right. Next, we have item 5, which is Safe Streets Madison, and we have a lot. We have a lot going on with this particular item this evening, and I would like to suggest that perhaps instead of what we normally do is get all of the staff reports first, and then hear from the public, so that the public has all of the information before they make their comments. What I would like to suggest that we consider this evening is hearing from Renee with the summary, then hearing from the public, and then as Tom's going through the various projects, because there's a lot of them, that you have the ability then to ask questions as we go through that discussion, rather than holding them until the end and after the public comments. What do you think about that procedurally? Otherwise, we could hear from Tom about the projects and then hear from the public and then go to questions and discussion. Your choice. I just thought it might be easier as we're going through the slides on the projects for you to be able to raise your hand and talk about them as we go. Does that seem like a good plan? Can I get some thumbs up or down, whichever? Okay, all right. So Renee, why don't you give us the introduction, and then we will hear from the public, and then we'll go to Tom with the various projects.
All right, sounds good. I will just share my screen here. Go, slideshow. Okay, here we go. So I'm just going to do a little run through since we have recreated the committee. We have some new members since we last talked about this, but I know for some of you, this is kind of a review. You've been involved since the beginning of Safe Streets. So since I'm not going to go super in depth, I just wanted to say that we do have on the traffic engineering website a page for the Safe Streets Madison program. If you want kind of lots of information, the full report that was created when the program was initiated is there. The prioritization spreadsheet is there. Information on all the public meetings that we have done or are doing is there, along with projects that have been previously approved. So just to kind of keep this simple, I just wanted to go over some of what were the key priorities that came out of the report, which was this idea that's related to the Vision Zero program that we work on, that you've heard about, is this idea of implementing traffic safety, kind of focused on eliminating the worst crashes, those that cause death and serious injury. We have a high injury network that kind of outlines the streets most likely to see these types of crashes, and the whole system kind of is, the safety scoring is based around kind of that high injury network. And this idea of improving traffic safety, particularly around walking, biking, and transit. And then the other part of it is this idea of closing gaps in the pedestrian and bicycle network. You'll see throughout this that we really tried to focus in on being equitable, on the kind of idea of equity throughout the process. And that's reflected in the scoring, that we want to ensure accessibility for everyone of all ages and abilities. That's a term that we use quite a bit, really to just reflect that these should be something that everyone would feel comfortable and be able to use. And the idea that by increasing our walking and biking network that will facilitate walking, biking, and transit, and generally improve safety. And then, as I mentioned, the idea is to align it with kind of some of these bigger policies and programs such as Vision Zero and Complete and Green Streets, which were kind of moving along in the process as this program was developed. We do try to balance these various priorities, knowing that we do have a budget that we need to stay within. And so that's kind of built into the scoring system. As you'll see, that safety is kind of half of the initial scoring, as well as then connectivity is the other part of that. And then like how we can impact safety or the gaps is ultimately a part of the scoring, which you will see in the documents that were online. One thing that I just wanted to call out, because we talk a lot, we get a lot of requests around speeding, people feeling that they're seeing speeding on their streets. And, we had some programs previously that were particularly focused on neighborhood street speeding, but to kind of best use our resources, that's perhaps we're looking at it a little bit differently, knowing that speeding is definitely a contributing factor in safety, but that speed alone is maybe not exactly what we want to focus on anymore. We want to look a little more broadly. So you will see that there are some things on our projects that try to address speeding, but kind of thinking about it through that lens of serious and fatal crashes and connectivity and how it fits into that, and not just solely is there speeding going on? Do people feel that cars are speeding on their street? So we're not focusing solely on that anymore. And we have a lot of discussions still about kind of how to balance that. And I'm sure that we'll have more in the future. One thing is that we're here tonight because this program calls for the Transportation Commission to do the review and final approvals, looking at our priorities and criteria, that we, are trying to look at all the projects kind of on kind of a bigger scale, not just like what's happening on one block. And we have started rolling out some kind of larger public information and engagement around kind of looking at things in a broader way to bring forward issues. Also that we are to come at least twice a year. This is actually our third time this year. Still kind of figuring out what's the right scale there. Oh, I should have mentioned that we may in the future, we're still kind of in year 2. There may be changes that we kind of want to look at in how we're doing this process. We've been having some great discussions, I think, as we've moved projects forward to help kind of, think about the program and how we want to move projects forward, and also how we're kind of pre-screening to bring things forward in a way that meets the program priorities and can be efficient as well. So the prioritization spreadsheet is something that you would have seen for all the projects that are coming forward for discussion tonight. This is the part where it says that we may want to propose some changes in the future. We've had some discussions about that, as I mentioned. And this idea that when this was set up, that we wanted to make sure that kind of furthering the goals of Vision Zero were not lost in this new program, and that about at least around 50% would go to that. I think with the way the scoring works, that it has naturally fallen out that way. Most of the projects have a high entry network score. Not all of them. We decided that we wanted to prioritize schools, even if they weren't having fatal or serious crashes, weren't on the high entry network, but still I would say predominantly our projects at this point still are falling within that goal. I did kind of want to review the funds available since this is our third time here. And we've brought forward a few more projects than the total available that we have at the end of this year. And if we approve them, that would take away some from our kind of anticipated budget, or we could decide not to approve everything at this particular occasion. So it's kind of around 100,000 more than what we have left in the budget right now. Just also wanted to say we're bringing forward some projects from our first public engagement meetings that were focused solely on Safe Streets Madison. They either had meetings or surveys. Blackhawk just had a survey, whereas the others had meetings as well. And all of the information on the feedback from that is on the website if people are interested in more information. I don't know, Tom, if there was anything else you wanted to mention before we went to public comment.
No, I've got a few things that I'll mention, but probably when we're looking at individual projects.
Okay, thanks, Renee. That's a great introduction. Why don't we hear from the public and then we'll go into the individual projects. And why don't we start with Robert, because he's from item 3, moved to item 5, and that way we won't forget him. Is that okay with you, Aiden, if we start with him?
Yep, I was going to suggest that.
Okay, great.
Should I read out his address again?
Sure, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, so we have Robert Kleba of East Gorham Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak, and they're representing the Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I'm sorry if I'm jumping the queue here. I'm speaking on behalf of the Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association tonight. We greatly appreciate traffic engineering's efforts at implementing the Vision Zero Safe Streets policies in our neighborhood. Tonight's commission meeting is our first opportunity to review the proposals for North Baldwin Street. Our neighborhood association has been involved in the definition, establishment, and protection of the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard for the last 12 years. We've since seen an explosion of development on the Bike Boulevard. I believe our collaboration with developers and traffic engineering have made this citywide transportation resource safer and more accessible to a wider range of people and modes of transportation. However, we have more work to do. Today, we are addressing Baldwin Street, which crosses the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard. As you know, the public comments that this is an important intersection for Tenny Lapham residents attending O'Keefe and Marquette schools, and Marquette residents attending Lapham School. As of 2:30 this afternoon, there were 38 public comments for the Safe Streets agenda item, 25 of which commenting on North Baldwin Street. All but one of the 25 stated the Continental crosswalks recommended for the North Baldwin Bike Boulevard intersection were insufficient. Almost all cited the priority of the bike and pedestrian users of the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard who need to cross North Baldwin. 15 of these public comments recommended rapid flashing beacons. 9 recommended a 4-way stop at this intersection. We feel that the continental crosswalks and curb bump outs are insufficient for this intersection and that further traffic calming measures must be implemented. The reasons are: 1, when the city establishes a bike boulevard, the highest standards of safety need to be implemented on these thoroughfares. We need to prioritize bikes, pedestrians, and skateboarders here, not motorized vehicles. 2, the traffic demand management plan for the approved development at 1607 Sherman has defined a significant uptick in the motorized traffic for North Baldwin. 3, the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard is an important thoroughfare for students commuting to O'Keefe, Marquette, and Lapham schools. And 4, the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard will be an important transportation corridor from the west side of Madison to the Madison Market, opening soon. Our neighborhood association asks the commission to approve additional traffic calming features here to make biking, walking, and skateboarding even safer on the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard. And last, if I can share a personal story, a friend who lives on the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard, just east of North Baldwin, took her 7-year-old nephew on a fun bike ride on the Bike Boulevard. When he got to Baldwin Street, he started to cry because that street scared him. He felt comfortable on the Bike Boulevard, but he knew Baldwin was dangerous. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thanks. Who do we have next? Aiden?
Next, we have Alex Hagen of North Owen Drive, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, sorry. I just wanted to call to this meeting. I appreciate everything that everybody does here with Safe Street, and I understand that a lot of your funds and attention go to more of the busy roads. However, I wanted to advocate, as I've been kind of working with Tom and Renee on trying to get a speed bump put in across the street from Lucia Crest Park. This is a pretty busy neighborhood road. There's a lot of bus stops nearby for little kids on their way to school. The park is located on a curve that's extremely hard to see around for people trying to cross the road. It's a major thoroughfare for walking and biking to and from Hilldale, especially with all the development that's going up around the area. There is, I know it was mentioned earlier that it's not the main reason, but there is major speeding going through this roadway. And, there's recently been 3 speed bumps that have been installed on North Blackhawk, which in my opinion, probably wasn't needed. I also know that there will be a roadway project on North Owen or South Owen, a couple blocks away, that's been delayed to 2024, where something like this could easily be tied to. I have gathered a bunch of comments from the neighborhood association and people around, and everybody's definitely in favor of something being done at this park, as I've witnessed firsthand 20 or 30 very close calls. And I also work in public workforce, and I understand that safety metrics and needing to meet those. But I look at this as a situation where you could obviously prevent something serious from happening in the future.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anybody have any questions for Alex? Okay, thanks very much. Who do we have next, Aiden?
So next we have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I registered in support because I think each of these projects is certainly a net positive, but I do also want to be interrogating them. For Midvale, I think this is a really important safety change. I've biked down that stretch of Midvale before and often feared for my life while doing so. The way that it works is if there's anyone parked kind of as you're going down the hill, as a cyclist, you have to take a travel lane, and then you have people coming up behind you at high speeds or tailgating you, and you're already pressured to go as fast as you can on your bike. And then it's like, if you swerve or misstep at all, you could be very easily crushed. And I think this is going to go a long way to improving safety. I think kind of a protected bike lane would be even better. There is a kind of a track record of vehicles on Midvale not sticking to the travel lanes and people losing their lives because of that. So that's really important. Regarding the Ontario Street Bike Boulevard, I live really nearby where that's going to be. I think a bike boulevard is great. I guess in terms of the use of Safe Street Madison funds, it's not high stress. I guess my stress level is maybe different from somebody riding with a kid, but in the grand scheme of things, I mean, it's not a high stress situation. At the same time, I think if we're going to make this corridor safer, if we really want to change driver behaviors, we should be looking at what other interventions could we do at a similar price point. I think about do each of these residential blocks need to be through blocks? Do people need to be able to go through? Does every house need to be approachable from 2 directions? I don't really think so. I mean, I think we made these through streets kind of by default out of kind of some indecision back in the 1950s about how they would be used. We don't need to be confined by that today. So we could put a modal filter at one end of the block or somewhere along the way of the block, in the middle of the block, and radically change kind of how drivers use these particular streets or these particular blocks, and without having to kind of completely reconstruct the street. And regarding Baldwin Street, I think it'd be great to improve it. I think it's kind of a mixed bag as far as kind of what's in the plan. Like improving these crucial intersections with Wilson Street and with Mifflin Street. I think we really should. I mean, especially at Wilson where someone has died. But for other pieces of it, I don't know about like painting a Sharrow. Like, is that really going to save lives? And we do need transit there, so we can't kind of completely bollard the street up. But there are similar things we could do. Designate a single block as bike and transit only, and that would kind of radically change the flow of traffic and the usage of that street. I mean, I think if we did that kind of closer to the railroad tracks, Railroad Commission would be thrilled to not have so much traffic crossing the railroad tracks, for instance. So that's really the feedback I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Nicholas? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Sabrina Madison of American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
You're an alder, are you not?
Yes, yeah. I was just gonna say you could just count me in for discussion. Sorry.
Sure, that's okay. Because I was gonna say you're always welcome to participate in the discussion, and you don't need, in this case, to register to speak. So, would you like to hold your comments for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. We'll look forward to it. Who do we have next then, Aiden?
All right, next we have Moses Miltberg of East Johnson Street, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So yes, I support the motion, and I'm speaking. I live on the 100 block of East Johnson Street, and at the intersection, particularly of North Pinckney and East Johnson, it's often very difficult to cross over to East Johnson on the way to the Capitol and coming back. This affects everyone pretty much living in that general James Madison Park area near the Capitol, and especially in the summer when the farmers market is up and we have lots of visitors coming into town. There's sometimes crowds waiting across the street for many minutes at a time. Rush hour, there's lots of people trying to cross the streets after coming back from work or school. And on numerous occasions, I've almost been hit by cars. I know people who live in the neighborhood who have almost been hit by cars. And frequently at night, you'll see people speeding, or during the day, you'll see people speeding and cops and police officers pulling people over. So it's a very popular area for speeding to occur as well. So having an RRFB placed at that intersection would go a long way to improve the overall safety of residents in that neighborhood, make it more pedestrian friendly as well, and reduce speeding. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Roger Kruk of Midvale Boulevard, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak.
Yeah, hi there. I'm a homeowner here on Midvale Boulevard at the 300 block on South Midvale. I've been here for about 33 years, and I guess I was kind of shocked when I heard that the proposal by the city to remove the on-street parking. It's been very nice to have that, and it appears that the proposal by the city is to put in a bike lane. It goes from Mineral Point Road down to Heather Crest, I believe, somewhere in that area, and remove the on-street parking. And I just can't quite understand why this is happening. We have never had any kind of problems with bikes, using the street before. I have a bike myself, and I have oftentimes gone down to that area, down to Hilldale area, and I don't know. I've never even had any idea that there was an issue with safety. We've never had any accidents with bikes or anything. And I guess I'm just kind of opposed to the whole idea of having a bike lane put in and taking away all of our on-street parking for everybody and on both sides of the street, all the way down to Heather Crest. So that's why I'm here tonight, just voicing my opposition to this whole bike lane being put in. Like I said, we've had a lot of accidents on this road, though, and over the years, 6 people have died within several hundred, 100 yards of my house due to speeding and police chases and things like that. But anyway, nothing to do with bicycles. So I'm just voicing my opinion. I guess I don't think this is needed, the bike lane. And a lot of people on this on both sides of the street here are going to be very unhappy of losing their on-street parking. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Hi, yes, quick question. The 6 people you said that were killed in car crashes, I don't know if you have the answer, but do you know if they were like pedestrians or were they in the cars, if you would know?
I do know. They were all in cars. They ran into trees, they run into people's property, that kind of thing. But no, there was no pedestrians involved, no bicyclists. They were speeding, and usually alcohol was involved, or they were running from the police. Police were after them, sheriff's department or the city police, whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, thanks. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Juan Colas of South Midvale Boulevard, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hi. My wife and I live at 5 South Midvale, right near the intersection with Regent Street. And I'm speaking in opposition to the part of the plan that deals with Midvale and the prohibition on parking on Midvale. I'm a lifelong bike commuter. I'm retired now, but I still ride recreationally, including on Midvale, but I still oppose this proposal because of the significant impact it's going to have and burden it's going to have on residents. Almost all the houses on this portion of Midvale are single car with garages and single car with driveways and single car garages. So we rely on-street parking for some flexibility and shuttling cars, swapping cars out. But most importantly, for guests, visitors, and family, they have to park on the street. The driveways simply aren't big enough to accommodate people. And they would be unable to do so when they visit us. When we have family gatherings, they would have to go park on other side streets, which could be quarter of a mile to a third of a mile away, depending on how parked up the side streets are and where exactly on Midvale the resident lives. In our case in particular, my mother-in-law is partially disabled. She can't walk that far. She parks on the street because she doesn't like to pull into the driveway because it's difficult to pull out because the street is so busy. It'll create a similar problem for residents who are having work done on their houses. The tradespeople park their vans and their trucks on the street while they're working on the houses or landscaping. Can't have a garage sale because people wouldn't have anywhere to pull over to shop your garage sale. I would support doing for this part of Midvale the same thing that has been done for Midvale from Mineral Point to Hammersley Road, the south portion of Midvale, which is designating the curb lane as a bike lane with pavement markings and with signage, but still allowing parking on it. As a sort of last ditch alternative, if there's real insistence on this buffered lane, perhaps parking could be prohibited only during the busier times. On the northbound lanes, 7 to 9 in the morning, southbound lanes, 4 to 6 in the afternoon or something like that. But I don't think there's a demonstrated need for this. I understand from my own experience what Mr. Davies was talking about in terms of the speed. I also think improving the quality of the pavement on this stretch, especially between Regent and University Avenue, would go a long way to promoting bicycling and bicycling safety. And finally, I have to say that I'm a little disappointed in the process here, and maybe I'm just not well informed, but we received the postcard about this meeting on Monday for a meeting on Wednesday, and the project was simply identified as proposed Midvale Boulevard improvements. I think you'd have a lot more neighborhood engagement if it had been a little more direct and a little more in advance and actually said proposed prohibition of parking on Midvale and creation of a bike lane. Anyway, those are my thoughts on it. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Thank you very much. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Tedward Urker of East Mifflin Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Thanks for hearing my comments. I'd like to thank you all for your work and making our city a nice, safe place to walk, bike, and live generally. I'd like to talk about North Baldwin Street at East Mifflin. I think Bob Kleba did a very good job summarizing how I feel, so I'd like to just sort of add my own personal story. So I'm a father. I have 2 daughters. One, I walk to Lapham School every morning, and in a couple of years, she'll start biking over to Marquette. And my younger daughter, I bike with her to Goodman. So we cross North Baldwin every day on our way to and from her daycare at Goodman Community Center. And our bike ride is a total joy because we can go along the bike path the whole way. The one spot where we feel unsafe is at North Baldwin Street. And the reason is that when you're trying to cross North Baldwin at East Mifflin, if you look to the northwest, there's a big hill with East Dayton Street, and there can be no cars in sight like there were this morning when we looked both ways. We start crossing. I'm crossing with my daughter. And the minute we start crossing, there's a car that comes over the hill, and that's just 330 feet away. And my daughter is slow to get started on her bike. And I look back, and there she is. She's not quite going. So I have to stand in the middle of the street to stop the car from, basically hitting my daughter to make sure that they can see us. And that's a very common situation where we have to basically stand in the street to make sure that the cars slow down for the children. I looked at the distances. If a car is going 25 miles an hour to get from East Dayton, from when you first see them to East Mifflin, where you are, that just takes about 7.5 seconds if they're going 35 miles an hour, or 9 seconds if they're going the speed limit, 25. And if you're walking across East Mifflin to get across, if you're walking across North Baldwin, to get across in 9 seconds, that's a pretty fast walk. it's much faster than you have to go for, you know, a standard crosswalk with flashing lights and that kind of a thing. It's just too fast for children. And the problem is that the cars, they're coming fast, they're accelerating down the hill towards you. And as Bob said, that the story of his nephew, that's very typical of the children. And that's the one place where it's very stressful to cross. And of course, most drivers are great. They'll stop when you're standing in the street. But it is unnerving, and I would really much rather not do that. I think there's a really good justification for putting in stop signs there or flashing lights of some kind, just like we have along all the other major bike routes in the city. And I guess my real question, I'm pretty new to these sort of things, is I guess my question is trying to understand this process and how the decision to add just continental crosswalks was determined, what would be required for the city to add a four-way stop there, and then what sort of the procedure for the feedback. And that might not be appropriate to get the answer now, but I'd be curious to know in the future. Thanks a lot.
Anybody have any question for the speaker? These are certainly good discussion topics for later on. Okay, who do we have next, Aiden?
That was the last person wishing
I'm
to speak.
so sorry. Hi. I actually had a question for the last speaker.
Oh, sure. Can Ted come back? Ted Ward come back? There he is. Go ahead, Alder Bennett.
Hi there. I'm just wondering, because sometimes I get a little confused with the streets. Was your problem with crossing Baldwin to East Mifflin, or East Mifflin, or Baldwin to East Washington?
I wish I had a visual. It's when you're on East Mifflin, you're on the bike boulevard, and you're trying to cross North Baldwin Street. Basically, you have a stop sign, but North Baldwin has no stop signs. So you have to just wait for the traffic.
And we will have a visual, Alder, we will have a visual when Tom gets to that project, right, Tom? So we can talk about it. Yep. So we will see a visual on that later when we get to that particular project.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Other comments or questions? Yang, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Anne. So I just want to mention that, so I got an testimony through actually Auto Medicine, so thank you, Auto Medicine, from the principal of the Sandberg Elementary School, Principal Lopez, supporting project number 5. So that's the project on Party Road. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we I think we just added to Register later today. So you might not have a chance to see it yet.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Eddie, did we have anybody else registered that you should read off that didn't wish to speak?
Yes, so we have Amy Kalas of Midvale Boulevard opposes and is available for questions. Lisa Sharon of East Wilson Street supports and is available for questions. Daniel McFarland of Midvale Boulevard opposes and is available for questions. Liz Vowles of Eugenia Avenue neither supports nor opposes, does not wish to speak. Julian Irwin of East Wilson Street supports and does not wish to speak. That was all.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we heard a lot about Project 7, which is North Baldwin Street, and Project 29, which is Midvale Boulevard, and certainly a lot of other good comments. So, Tom, did you want to start talking about the projects, and then we can have, unless anybody has comments or questions right now before we hop into that, I figured we'd go through the projects, and as we go, people could ask questions. Go ahead, Tom.
Good. All right. Yeah. So Tom Moore with Traffic Engineering. So our staff has been putting this together over the past few months with meetings and ranking projects. So it's a lot of stuff here. And I don't plan to go through each one of these projects individually. I can just say broadly, there are a lot of RRFBs, rectangular rapid flashing beacons. I think there is around 12 of them. Those tend to rank pretty high because they are pretty effective at helping pedestrians cross unsignalized streets. So I don't plan to really go through any of those. They're kind of self-explanatory. They rank high. They're difficult crossings. We have found a less expensive version of the RRFB that we plan to start using. So I'm pretty excited about that. Less expensive and easier to install. So that's part of the reason that there are so many. Because kind of to back up, when putting together this list, we're trying to keep in mind constructability of this and schedule. So anything that involves concrete or changing curbs just takes a lot more time and staff resources. We have quite a few of those that have been approved already that are waiting to be designed and installed. So the thinking was try to get simpler things approved that we can get done right away that don't need a year of work, because we need to, anytime we're moving curbs around, we have to look at the drainage and get surveying data, get an engineer design or assigned to it for design. So it just takes a lot longer. So RRFBs, the other thing on here that you'll see a lot of are green crossings for bike locations. Those are also kind of self-explanatory. I'll go through one location when I go through the projects, but just want to mention that I'm not going to go through most of these green crossings. We do have quite a few areas within the campus. And when looking at bike crashes and bike volumes are higher within the campus area, which coincides with higher number of crashes, bike crashes within the campus area. So we think it makes sense to increase the bike marking visibility there. So that's kind of like the broad discussion of the projects. Now I will go through the ones that need a little bit more thought and discussion. So kind of starting from the top of the project and then going down. So Baldwin Street, which we've heard quite a bit about. So this is North Baldwin Street. We broke it into two sections, North Baldwin and South Baldwin.
This is the intersection everybody's been talking about, right, Tom? East Mifflin and Baldwin?
Yes, so East Mifflin and Baldwin's over here. North is kind of pointing up and towards the left. So Johnson Street on the left side, East Washington Avenue on the right. And here's the bike boulevard on East Mifflin Street. So right now, the existing condition is parking on the street. There is a little bit of residential permitted parking, area 17, and there's a little bit of what we call commercial 2-hour parking, which isn't designated with residential permits. So we wanted to keep in mind the parking and try to preserve what we can. So the idea was to remove parking and install a bike lane on the uphill portions, and then have bikes within traffic on the downhill portion. So this is kind of a hill from Johnson coming up to Dayton, and then it's kind of the top of the hill or kind of the top of the hill at Dayton, and then it goes down towards Mifflin and East Wash. So we're removing parking on what you can see here. Now, regarding the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard, our focus was more on making the connection on Baldwin Street. So we, I think that we can kind of take the blame for not putting the big focus on the cross streets. I think what you've heard from the public is true. This is a difficult crossing, and I think we should look more into this intersection. I wouldn't commit to doing any changes now. I think right now we can focus on Baldwin Street, and we can come back. We do plan on coming back in the winter, and we can bring back some analysis of this intersection because we agree it is difficult for the bike boulevard. It's kind of the one intersection where you get to, and it's definitely different than all the other cross streets of the bike boulevard. So we can look into that. We just wanted to update the pavement markings. That was kind of the idea of this project here. So I think that kind of covers North Baldwin. I'll go to South Baldwin. So South Baldwin.
Excuse me, Todd, before you go off that, is that the high visibility pavement markings in the Continental Crosswalk?
Yep. So right now it's just got the single lines. So we're proposing to remove those, install the Continental crosswalks.
Okay. Thanks.
South Baldwin, parking, existing on-street parking is pretty minimal, not used very much. So we thought that it makes sense to just remove that parking, go with buffered bike lanes, provide a little bit more comfort for the bike facility. And then kind of the main focus is the East Wilson Street Bike Boulevard. This is another one where we agree. It's kind of similar to Mifflin Street. This is a tough crossing. Visibility is poor here for users on Wilson Street to make that crossing. So we kind of had two options here. Or I guess three options. One was provide bump outs to let users get further out, better visibility. Second option would be an RRFB to help users cross, and the third would be an always stop. We collected turn movement counts here. Based on always stop warrants, it wouldn't reach the level of meeting the warrants for volumes and delay. But one of the warrants is for high pedestrian areas and pedestrian conflicts. I think we could make the argument that that is the case here. We went with this proposed alternative with kind of temporary bump outs because of that reason that I gave of whenever we're changing the curb and drainage, that's going to really increase the timeline of getting anything done. So if we were to go with full bump outs here, it wouldn't be done for, I'd expect about a year. So that was the reason for this. The reason for not including an RFB. So there are legal issues that we're working through with installing and how to use RRFBs at bike crossing locations. So to legally be protected with an RFB, you have to be within the crosswalk. So if a bicyclist were to push the button kind of within the street and then go straight across, the thought is that they wouldn't legally be protected by the RFB. And if someone were hit by a motorist, they could use that legal argument that they weren't within the crosswalk. So that is kind of something that we're working on right now at West Main Street and Proudfoot. We have the markings installed. The RFB will be installed soon, but we met with the city attorneys and kind of came up with the plan for that, which includes keeping the bikes or the green crossing for the bikes within the crosswalk to make that a legally protected crossing. So we kind of wanted to see how that plays out before we committed to other locations. But again, with the always stop, I think you can make the argument for an always stop. I think it would function well here. I think this intersection is very similar to North Patterson Street at East Mifflin Street, which was converted to an always stop, and that's part of the bike boulevard. The crash history there since we put that in has been good. We haven't had any injury crashes there. I don't think we've had no bike crashes that I can remember seeing. So it's a similar intersection with similar volumes. So we would be okay with that option here as well. So that's a lot about Baldwin Street. Again, we were trying to focus more on facilities on Baldwin to make Baldwin a connector. But yeah, that's some of the background behind the cross sections.
So Tom, let me just clarify. So on North Baldwin and East Mifflin, you're proposing to come back once you've had an opportunity to more carefully analyze that intersection. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And then for South Baldwin, which is project 17, I think, are you suggesting adding a four-way stop there?
I think that would be open for discussion and we'd be open to it. I think, you know, like what I said about West Main and Proudfoot, we kind of wanted to see how that played out because we think that an RRFB here would also work well. So I kind of consider it two different options, the RRFB or the always stop. In general, you don't want to install unwarranted always stops, but then, like I said, you could make a case that this is warranted because of the bike boulevard. So that's kind of what our thought process was. We wanted to hold off and see how West Main Street and Proudfoot went, and then kind of come back to this. So
Okay.
that would be what we prefer. But if the commission felt that something was serious enough that they wanted something done right now, we would be okay with that as well.
Okay. Robbie, go ahead.
So I just want to clarify as well. Did you say that you'd be okay with a four-way stop at Mifflin as well? Because I think a lot of people, you know, were really worried about crossing there because of the sight lines. So I'm just want to clarify how you feel about that.
Mifflin, so the difference between the two is that we did an all-way, or we did a turning movement count here at Wilson Street, and we see that with the counts that an always stop would work. We want to wait and get that data on Mifflin Street just to make sure that we're not going to cause any unforeseen issues like traffic backing up on Baldwin Street or creating, traffic trying to divert around that or something like that. So I'd want to hold off and wait until we get some turning movement counts there.
So if I can just follow up, there wasn't that information previously on the traffic movements on Baldwin crossing East Mifflin and East Dayton. We don't have information.
Right. We don't have updated counts there.
Okay.
So we'd want to get those first before committing to making a change there.
But that would be your plan, Tom, correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Robbie, did you have some thoughts with regard to South Baldwin and the four-way stop versus the RFB?
No, not necessarily. I don't use that during peak hour, so I can't really comment about what it's like during peak hour. I went by the Mifflin Street crossing today just to kind of remind myself what it looked like. And I can certainly see that that's I can see that the issues with sight lines and speeding and where people are coming from and going to and that kind of thing. So, yeah. That's the one I'm kind of focusing on at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, is it okay? I mean, I guess we're doing these one after the other and have discussion after each of them because I guess there's so many that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thanks for being open to that four-way stop. I think a lot of people were like, oh, the presentation in the public meeting you said like, oh, this doesn't meet the warrants or something, and therefore we're not going to do it. But I think I appreciate that you're possibly reconsidering that at the Wilson and Baldwin intersection, because I think, I mean, both the bump outs and the RRFB are not going to do a whole lot for the users of the bike boulevard. The bump outs, you know, they don't cause cars to slow down because you don't have any of that deflection. They don't really make the crossing distance all that much shorter because, well, in theory, you can move into the intersection a little bit. That usually does not feel safe on a street that's this busy. So I think the four-way stop might at least be the easiest and cheapest option in this scenario. I had to send you, I think, an email about asking whether both for this intersection and maybe also for the Mifflin intersection, is there an opportunity to have a median island with or without diversion that basically allows people to do a two-stage crossing here? Because, yeah, I think part of the issue with crossing on bike and foot is like cars come fast, and if you have that intermediate refuge point where you can stop, like you look left, you go ahead, you look again right, you continue, that might be a possible solution to that. And for pedestrians, you already have that at Mifflin Street. For bikes, you currently do not have it, and at Wilson Street, you don't have it for pedestrians either. Did you look at that option at all?
I saw your email. I didn't look into it really in detail, and that's just I just kind of ran out of time. But I see the thought behind it, and yeah, I think there's just we just want to make sure that that works with snow removal and with streets, and just to make sure everyone is on board with something like that. But honestly, I just kind of ran out of time being able to.
So, totally fine. I mean, I sent it to you on Monday or something. So yes. But I mean, since it sounds like you're doing some additional research anyway, maybe take a look at that potential option and see what is possible and what is not possible. If that all does not work out, I think at the Wilson Street, like at both intersections, I think the always stop would do a lot already. I think the diverter idea might be even more important at the Mifflin Street location, just because we know that the traffic volumes there are already higher than what we want to see on a bike boulevard anyway. Plus, it would make crossing easier. So give it a look, see if it makes sense at one of those locations. And then one quick comment just about the bump outs. I mean, as I said, I don't think they help a whole lot. The other piece that, based on this drawing, and you might change that at some point, but you create these nice buffered bike lanes, and then at the intersection, you force people, and I think the traffic lanes between the bump outs are only like 9 feet wide. So basically what's probably going to happen is that people in cars are not going to slow down, go straight, and you as a person on a bike have to kind of merge into the path of the car with the bump out. So that might be one of the unintended side effects of the bump outs as they are drawn here.
That would be a negative side effect, correct, Harold?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have anything else in response to that right now, Tom?
No, yeah, we'll look into those options, and I think, at Mifflin it might make even more sense there. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have more, Harold? You had. I didn't ask if you were finished. You can go on and finish up if you want, Harold.
Yeah, just very briefly with the RRFB, I think thanks for raising that point with like legal questions around it. And the other issue with RRFBs is always the active, like where do you put the button for people to push, or are you able to have a sensor activated one? And especially for people on bikes, those buttons often are in awkward locations and then nobody uses them.
Yeah,
thanks,
great
that's
point.
all I had.
Okay, thanks. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you. And apologies for not having my camera on. I've been moving and shuffling around a little bit. I'm a single dad for the night, so just having the kid trying to bite me and trying to feed him at the same time and all this. So I'm gonna try to be brief. Thank you for all that. The first thing I wanted to say is thanks to all the public that came and shared their perspective and their vision around this. I think that's what makes this space a really important space. Beyond what we all have to say, because all of us combined have only so much time to go through all this. So thank you for that. I think I am pretty much in line with most of what Harold was saying. I just wanted to one more time highlight what Tom said about the legal limitations of the RFB and understanding that both intersections that we were talking about, one being Baldwin with Mifflin and the other one with Wilson Street, I think considering that this sorry about that these two intersections are
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry.
Are pretty multi-model. So we are talking about intersections that have, especially in rush hour, if not most of the day, they have a lot of car traffic. And they have people on foot, people on different modes, and on wheels on different modes. I personally feel inclined to, and appreciate Tom's flexibility on considering four-way stops, because the RFB is having all the limitations, like Harold mentioned. Where do you place the button? How do you place it? How do you activate it? And all the shuffling you have to do around if you want to cross. In addition to not covering you legally if you're not on a crosswalk, I think I would really support the consideration for four-way stops. I think they would add an important layer of safety for all users, because it gives you that extra time to make yourself visible and actually share the road. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that just to highlight the alternative of considering four-way stops. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Alderamo, go ahead.
Hi, so it took me a while to unmute. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for going through this really long list and for reading all the emails from a lot of my constituents about this corridor on Baldwin Street. And I want to thank Bob and Tedward and others who registered to speak. And I think that both Bob and Tedward comments really resonated with me about, especially the speed of how long it takes to go 330 feet down a hill, and how scary that could be if you're with a young child, getting the hang of biking. So it seems like the schools are like one of the criteria. So I think definitely this elevates both the East Mifflin and the East Wilson intersections as being, in my opinion, candidates for four-way stops. I've, got redistricted and I'm adopted now, added onto Tenney, but I'm very familiar with the East Wilson intersection and tried to improve that one for quite a few years along the whole Capitol Trail. And it seems to me that, a lot of bikers will kind of just sail through that intersection. So I worry that unless cars really have to stop at a stop sign, whether or not the bicyclist signal or, how easy that is, like Harold mentioned, I agree with that observation. I think it just is a message to the motor vehicles on Baldwin Street to stop. And then the bicyclists can, do their safety thing and make their decision about whether they're, I know they're supposed to stop, but we all know how that's a debatable value. But in any case, the car should stop. And I think a four-way stop would just facilitate that. And it seems much cheaper than all the other options that you're considering. And then, so I understand Tom saying he would like to study the East Mifflin one more. I have sort of the same feeling about it. And certainly if you all decide to study it more, I'm fine. But I think really the solution is a four-way stop. And one question I had for Tom is, how do we see the BRT station at Baldwin? Now, there won't be left turns going outbound onto North Baldwin, but presumably, of course, people will turn right. But have we done any testing or presumptions about how that will affect flow on Baldwin? Because I thought I heard you say one of your considerations was, backing up of cars from East Washington onto Baldwin. So I think I covered most of my comments. There's other things in District 6, mostly along the Capitol Trail, that just seem fine. And I appreciate your work on those too. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks,
Unless Tom, you had something to say in response to Alder Rummel's comments.
Yeah, that's a good point about the BRT. We haven't done anything specific or taken that into account. I wouldn't expect that it would change the volumes much on North Baldwin. I think my concern is just kind of like a double check of the peak hour volumes to make sure that, we won't have any unintended consequences of an always stop there. So it's kind of just like a check on it. Not that I think it's going to be a problem, but just want to check.
Mike, did you have a comment with regard to that?
Sure, I can just take the one about Baldwin Street. So the BRT station will restrict the eastbound left onto North Baldwin. So I would suspect some reduction in volume on North Baldwin, but it really won't have any effect on South Baldwin. The westbound left onto South Baldwin will remain, as will any turning movements or through movements to South Baldwin.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, are those all the comments on Alder Rummel's? Okay, Bill, and then Alder Bennett will be next. Go ahead, Bill.
Thanks, Ann. I appreciate the discussion this evening about the use of four-way stops in this location or these locations, and I think in these cases they make some good use of that technology. I don't at the same time though, I want to make sure that I understand that this is using the four-way stops is not a solution all over the city. It has to be only done in special cases. And I think this makes the case as a special occasion, special use of this. I agree that perhaps maybe with our RFBs, they aren't necessarily a technology that works real well with bicycles because of that you need to push the buttons. But I think, what Tom is talking about, looking at other technologies besides RRBs in the future too. So I was not aware of the legal issues, but I am now. So that's good to know about that. So I appreciate that. So I would support the use of the four-way stops at these locations after Tom gets a chance to study the other couple locations. And I appreciate the cost factor too, that the four-way stops will be definitely cheaper than the RRBs. So thanks.
Hey, Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to the fire that I'm also interested in supporting four-way stops. It's actually serendipitous that today I rode my bike from my apartment to my dad's place, which is off of North Baldwin Street. And so I use that East Mifflin Bike Boulevard, and can also agree with what we heard today that for me, like biking down or trying to cross like North Baldwin and East Mifflin, and literally having to wave a car off before hitting me is a concern. So I just wanted to add my voice to that. I hear and have seen and experienced what those residents are talking about.
Thanks, Alder. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Tom, what do you anticipate would be the timeline to do a study?
Well, we would want to hit the basically the peak of bike traffic, which is kind of like right now. So we want to do it very soon. I mean, we could potentially be back as soon as the next Transportation Commission meeting with that data. So,
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It would not take long at all.
Okay. Yeah, that helps me feel better because I intuitively, and I'm trying to just make sure I'm not having an emotional response. But I'm really familiar with both of these spots as a pedestrian who lives on the isthmus, and they make me exceedingly nervous. And I'm thinking about we've got kids because of the split age range of the schools who need to make this commute every day. And some of them are doing it with parents, and some of them are, big enough or have to do it on their own. So that just feeling like we do something sooner versus later. So I could be, if the data can be in front of us by the next TC, and then we can make the next best decision, that would be awesome. My gut tells me the 4-way stop signs in this case, both of those intersections make the most sense for cost and for really getting cars to stop. As somebody who uses the RFBs quite a bit, most cars are pretty well trained at this point, but not everybody. And I think there's probably better stop compliance with a stop sign than there is with an RFB. So if we can get the data soon, that would be awesome.
Thanks, Denise. Tom, let me clarify. You did the study, so we could add the 4-way stop on South Baldwin at East Wilson with our approval tonight. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Renee and Tom, we had emailed outside of the meeting, but it's my understanding on North Baldwin that there is some RP3 parking that's being proposed to be removed. So my understanding, we would have to have a public hearing, and TC would have to, after the public hearing, which could happen at one meeting like we did with the last one, approve removal of the RP3 parking. So if Tom is able to have a study done and come back at the next meeting, we could have the hearing on the RP3 parking and also discuss that intersection and the 4-way stop at the same time. Am I right on that timing, Renee?
Yes. Yeah, that would be kind of similar to what we did with Seago, where if we liked the idea, then the next meeting we did the official public hearing.
Right.
And we would just need to work with Stephanie to make sure that's workable for her too.
Yeah. My understanding is she's out of the office, I think, till tomorrow. But it worked last time. So hopefully, so Tom, if it could be done that well, then that timing could work. Alder Rummel, go ahead.
Thank you all for raising this, because when I saw the close-up, it did strike me like how that works if people know that this would happen. So I really would appreciate that there would be a public hearing, and I would help, use my blog to publicize it. This neighborhood, I often get complaints because there's so much going on with Breeze Stevens, and it's not that close, but the neighborhood's really parked up, and, I'm sure people get attached, as they do around the city, as we heard tonight, to their street parking. So I want to make sure we do outreach and have people weigh in before the final decision. Thank you.
Sure. So we'd be removing 6 RP3 parking spaces, and then there would be 4 that aren't RP3. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, so it kind of goes by blocks for the formal process, I think. So it'd be this block between Johnson and Dayton. That is really, yeah, this block is not RP3, so.
Right. So the public hearing would only be on the other block, on the block between Johnson and Dayton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that sounds like that timing could work, and we could consider adding the four-way stop if that's what people would like to do at East Wilson and South Baldwin this evening with the approval. And, you know, anything that requires removal of RP3 parking, which I think is in two different projects tonight, would be subject to having the public hearing and TC approving that after the public hearing. So we could consider the four-way stop at East Mifflin and North Baldwin at the same, or right after we did the hearing, if we can work it that way. Okay. We got a lot of great public feedback on these projects, so really good opportunity to spend a lot of time talking about these particular two tonight. Anything else on North Baldwin and South Baldwin before we move on to the next one Tom wants to talk about? Okay, great. Go ahead, Tom.
All right, so I just wanted to mention that we were proposing these speed humps on the East Wilson Bike Boulevard. So that's kind of just west of Baldwin Street. We've had issues there with speed and using it as a cut through, but we've also heard, you know, it is kind of a little bit of controversy with installing speed humps on bike boulevards, as they also, bicyclists also have to go over them too. So just wanted to we did hear from the public, from some people who indicate that they were not in favor of the speed humps. So what are people's thoughts about that? Harold?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky compromise, and I think in general, if there are other ways to address the speeding problem, we should use the other ways rather than speed humps. I mean, I regularly ride on Kendall, the bike boulevard, which has a lot of speed bumps, and I mean, is it horrible? No, but do I ride a cargo bike? Also no. So, I mean, that might be another reason to look into that diversion idea of, like, as you said, people use it as a cut through. And I guess I'm not totally sure from where to where, but if we can identify for which movements that's the case, then maybe that is another argument for looking into diversion where, like, yeah, if people can turn left from East Wilson onto South Baldwin to get to East Wash, if that's the cut through, well, then that might be a good case for that median island where we only allow right turns or something similar. So I guess I'm inclined to maybe, if we're revisiting that intersection design and the stop signs anyway, then maybe we can also revisit this with some ideas for diversion.
Which project number is this one? Is it still 17, Tom?
I have it here as 42.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think it was the same one. Okay, East Wilson Bike Boulevard, there we go. So 4 speed humps on East Wilson Bike Boulevard. So Harold, are you suggesting that we do more research on that one?
Yeah, that would be my inclination. And also, like, Tom, why 4, for example? Like, is that the standard spacing that we have between them, or?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it could definitely go fewer than 4. Yeah, that was kind of just a regular spacing to kind of fit with the driveways and intersections. But
yeah, so maybe let's just stick it.
Yeah, we're fine with coming back to revisit this one later. There is a very low chance we'd get these installed this fall anyway, so we'll definitely be back in front of you before you would have to finalize this.
Thanks.
Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, similarly than Harold, but also having a question for Tom. Tom, is the reason why we're thinking about this speed humps specifically between Ingersoll, Few, and Baldwin? Is it because we see an increased amount of traffic on Wilson Street there? Is it based on the businesses that are there, the events? Do you have any good idea of why is that?
I'm trying to remember, but I think it was crashes.
Yes, we have had crashes in this area, right? Approaching Baldwin.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor of doing some further research in terms of what else we can use to address. Although as being a cyclist or riding bikes and riding cargo bikes or different kinds of bikes, I don't really oppose as a bike rider. I don't oppose the speed bumps in general, because I mean they give you a feeling of if you were driving a car you would need to slow down, but if you're riding a bike you can kind of hold your speed. So it kind of, in my opinion, lines up with the idea of a bike boulevard being a space where bicyclists and car drivers can share the road at similar speeds. So I wouldn't necessarily oppose them, but the amount of them, the proximity, or the need of them, I think I would be in favor of doing further research. But thanks for sharing that. If it's because of crashes, I mean, there's clearly something that we need to address here. So again, I wouldn't be against using bumps if we come back with the same solution.
Yeah, no problem with us just getting more data, showing exactly what the issues are, and coming back at the next, probably not the next meeting, but when we come back in the winter, we'll be prepared with this.
Okay, anybody else have any questions on, this is number 42, right? Okay, what other ones did you want to talk about, Tom?
All right, I just wanted to, there was a mistake in the spreadsheet on Old Sauk Road. I just wanted to point that out.
Which number is that one? Which number is that one, Tom?
16.
Okay, thank you.
We had, there's kind of two streets that we were going back and forth between for locating this RRFB. It was between Sauk Ridge Trail and Blue Ridge Parkway. So Blue Ridge Parkway is the street closer to the elementary school, but there is no sidewalks on that street currently. So we felt it was better to place the RFB with the existing sidewalk. This Sauk Ridge is more of a connector with the neighborhoods to the north. And the idea is that this is the help elementary kids get to the school that's further east on Old Sauk Road.
Okay, so it's Sauk Ridge instead of Blue Ridge in the spreadsheet.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Harold, go ahead.
Just a quick question about that one. Do I see this right, that you're reconstructing the corner there as part of this?
Yes. Yep. So there's no existing, there's no curb ramps on the south, and the existing ramps on the north are not up to standard. So
yeah. Okay. Awesome. Another benefit. Thanks.
The next one is number 22 University Avenue at Blackhawk Avenue. So this is obviously really high volume on University Avenue. It's back when we reconstructed Blackhawk Avenue. This was brought up that it's very difficult to make this left turn or through movement, and people sit there for a long time trying to get out into traffic. And then that combined with an uncontrolled, unsignalized head crossing of University Avenue, which is a very difficult crossing currently. So to the north of University Avenue here is Village of Shorewood Hills. We met with them to go over this project. Basically, from our discussions with them, they're open to it. I think they're in favor of it, increasing or making the crossing better for pedestrians. But they don't have funding available any time in the near future. So this would be paid for all by Safe Streets Madison funds. So we would make it left turns only, no left outs or throughs. It'd be right turns only coming off of the side streets. And then we would add an RFB for both directions for that diagonal crossing.
Harold, you have your hand up?
Sorry.
Oh,
I did not. I might say something later, but that was an accident.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tom.
And I have one clarification here. This is showing we would likely bump this curb out and make this a shared right turn and bike lane. If we find that that's needed to fit this curb ramp in on this corner because it is so narrow here right now.
Okay, comments or questions on this particular intersection? Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I am very familiar with this area, and you only try and make that left turn once, and then you give up for the rest of your life and realize it's impossible. Is there going to be a median for people to hang out on in this? I mean, so they can do a two-stage crossing?
Yep. So this would all be concrete here. This would be curb median.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. So it's blocking the cross. I got it. I just was not reading it correctly. It's really too bad that we're putting this in, and at the same time we're getting rid of the transit stop here. Because it would be really nice to have this crossing at a transit stop. So I guess that's my only. I think anybody who has ever tried to go across or make a left turn knows that it's impossible anyway. So, this isn't going to really hurt anybody, I don't think. So they just
give up, right, Robbie? They just give up and don't do it, right?
You take a right turn, you go down to Shorewood Boulevard, and you basically go around the block if you're trying to go either across or west on University Avenue from Blackhawk. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that building that island to prevent the left turn that is dangerous and nobody makes anyway, I think that makes a lot of sense. I am always very nervous about these RRFBs on multi-lane roads like this, where you have to cross like 8 lanes of traffic. You have to count on every lane. The first person might stop for you, then you have to hope the second person stops for you, then you have to hope that the third person stops for you. But of course, not having the RRFB means you never get across as a pedestrian unless you find a good gap. So I guess that's my conflict. I do appreciate that you mentioned the possibility for maybe bumping out the crossing, at least on the north side. And I mean, maybe we can look, I guess on the south side, it might be harder just to get that crossing distance down, because by making it diagonal, you increase the distance that people have to cross. And so, yeah, University Avenue, I have my doubts about crosswalk compliance. And so, yeah, see what you can do to minimize the crossing distance. And then I guess we hope for the best. It's still going to be better than what was there before.
Yang, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Anne. Yeah, Howard brought up a really good point. Whether we should use RFB on kind of multi-lane, really busy arterial streets. So we had this debate actually a few years ago when we first think about doing this on East Washington Avenue. So right now we have a few. Actually, we had a few on East Washington Avenue, and my thought is that kind of exactly as Harold. It is true, there may be some like the what they call multi-thread issues, like one lane of traffic stops, other than may not. So it's not going to be perfect. However, though, I think it's still better because consider when you're without it, though, you still have that issue. Pedestrians still choose to cross the street, and you still have to deal with the same issue. And you don't have anything, to alert drivers that there might be pedestrian in the way, and you might be totally blocked by by a car in a different lane, and the other vehicle in our lane may not have any idea about what's going on. But the RFBs, I need give people some hint. There might be something going on, and we end up going ahead and install RFBs on East Washington Avenue. And we had a really good results with it. So I think, with that experience in mind, I think there's more pros than cons for doing this. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Tom, what pedestrian count for crossing here? How many people cross this? Is this a fairly popular area where people need to get across and want to?
So yeah, that's kind of like the chicken or the egg question.
If you build it, they'll come. Huh?
Right. Yeah. So we didn't collect any counts, but we're kind of looking at spacing of existing facilities, and that was kind of there's a long stretch where
we need a better pedestrian crossing in somewhere along here. In other words, yeah. I guess that leads me then to, and I'm glad to hear, Yang, that you think that the RRBs are working on East Wash, but I guess when you put RRBs and the pedestrian puts the button, they want traffic to stop and expect the traffic to stop. So I guess has the city ever looked at other methods of like hawk signals? Would that be a place where potentially you could use?
Good question, Bill. Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, so we did look into hawk, and actually we have one installed on Blair Street at East Mifflin Street.
Okay.
And so I mean, it's definitely a higher level of treatment.
Right.
However, though, that's also not perfect. We have so many issues educating drivers, so they actually can't understand that. So we still see.
But I guess. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We still see quite a few people, still does not understand that signal, and also it's way more expensive than
the hawk is. Okay.
Right. The hawk is a few times more expensive. Okay.
Well, that was a thought anyway, that we have more tools in the toolbox, and some of them come with bigger price tag. But so that's interesting and good to know. But I'm glad to hear that the RRBs are working on East Washington. So, and hopefully they will do the job here too. Then, okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have anything else on this kind of crazy intersection? Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Okay, next one is number 25. This is the Eastmoreland neighborhood, Dawes Street, Ontario, Buckingham, Bike Boulevards. So we had a neighborhood meeting. We looked at options of getting bike facilities on Dempsey Road, kind of found that would be pretty difficult to do. And then kind of identified that there is a north-south alternative, and we wanted to provide an east-west alternative between the path and then connection over Stoughton Road. So that kind of led us to these two routes. And the plan is to convert to bike boulevards. So signs, sharrows, changing out some of the existing stop control to kind of favor the bike boulevard, which is shown here. And now this one north is to the right, so it's kind of turned Ontario. But that's kind of the overview of this one. I think we'd also, Renee, did we have speed humps on this one? I'm trying to recall.
I don't think that we had speed humps on this one.
I don't remember seeing speed humps on this one, Tom. But there's a lot going on here, so I might have missed them.
Oh, here
Yeah,
there is.
there it is. The traffic's. Oh no, there was one here. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
This is on Dawes. So now north is up. So on Dawes, kind of either side of Schenck. And we also have a traffic circle here. So I remember the complaint that we had was that this would be a good east-west connection, but speeds are high, and our proposal here is to switch the stop signs to favor the bike boulevard. And this is kind of in anticipation that speeds would increase with that switch. So this is another situation very similar to Wilson Street, where do you install the speed humps on the bike boulevard? But I think, yeah, it was just the two that we had planned between on either side of Schenck.
Thanks. There's a lot going on with this one. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm guessing, I think the total project cost you had on there was roughly 53,000, and probably the speed humps are actually a good chunk of that because the rest of it is just sign work. Is that right?
Right. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder then if it would make sense. I mean, I think your concern is probably warranted that, yeah, if you turn to stop signs, it not only becomes more attractive for people on bikes, but also for people driving. But maybe, we can wait how that shakes out, because I think overall these streets are relatively quiet. I think we had one commenter saying like this is not Ontario, but I feel like maybe at a starting point, we see how it goes without the speed bumps and just have a pretty cheap project to get a bike boulevard. And if then it turns out that changing those stop signs causes problems, then we can maybe revisit in a future round. Another question I had, Dawes.
Excuse me, Harold, can I so are you suggesting we wait on the speed humps?
Yeah, that would be my intuition for this.
Okay, I'm just keeping notes on the things
Yes.
people are recommending, so go ahead.
Appreciate that, because I might not remember all of the things. I was wondering about Dawes versus Richard Street as the east-west connection. The thing that Richard Street might have going for it, that it gets you closer to Schenck Elementary, which I guess is an important neighborhood destination.
Yeah, I think we went with Dawes after we had the public meeting. And I mean, they also, like, the suggestions came up for these streets, but yes, the school is definitely an important destination. So we can take a look at that. But yeah, this was recommended and seemed to be used a lot in the neighborhood as that connection.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fine. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where you want to rely on the local knowledge of people. So that's totally fine. And then final comment. So you proposed the bike boulevard sign. I think it's going to be really important to have directional wayfinding signs as well, or in addition, or instead, because I mean, these bike boulevards are great if you're familiar with the area. If you're on the Cap City Trail and you see that little spur going off, but you have no idea where it goes. So I think that might be a good addition. I guess that's technically not safe streets, but maybe directing people to safe bike connections is part of safety as well.
Yeah, and I can just make a brief comment. We are very slowly rolling out our first one. Our shop has been pretty swamped with trying to get projects done. And so definitely, moving towards this area is an ultimate goal with our wayfinding. But we are kind of having a slow rollout right now, but hopefully we'll be able to pick up some speed on that in the near future.
Very excited every time I see a new of those signs. So it's great.
Okay, so the main note I have, Harold, is consider delaying the speed humps.
Yep,
in other words, move forward without the speed humps.
Correct. And with the traffic circle, I think that makes sense still.
With traffic circle and without speed humps. Okay, other comments on this one? Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, so that we get to Midvale Boulevard. So some of the comments, concerns about parking.
That number 29?
Number 29, yep.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Midvale Boulevard, north of Mineral Point Road. So just to start, this section north of Mineral Point Road is a little bit narrower than south of Mineral Point Road. So south Midvale Boulevard, there's just enough room to squeeze in 2 traffic lanes and then a bike/parking lane, which is still kind of substandard facilities. But on this section north of Middle Point Road, we don't have the width to even squeeze that in. So that is the reason for going this route. And part of this project is not just adding the buffered bike lanes, but improving some of the ped crossings, adding the rapid flashing beacon at Hillcrest Drive, improving some of the ped ramps. It's kind of shown on the plan where it's darker color. That was one of the comments we had at the public meeting, was that it's difficult to cross. There's kind of lack of facilities. So we put those in. The other issue is the connection to the north, and why not connect to University Avenue. And there it's just kind of a space issue. We can't make the connection right now because of the space. The narrow street width, the bike lanes would have to be shared somehow with traffic lanes, and because of the volumes, we didn't want to do that. So we ended this at Heathercrest.
Yeah, which then would allow to kind of connect to the neighborhood. We did, however, when we met with Shorewood Hills, discuss that crossing there with them. They're doing some master planning. We tried to discuss some potential options so that they could start getting that kind of on their planning radar as well. But at this point, we did end it at Heathercrest, giving kind of the Hilldale access and neighborhood access. But I think to continue it is going to require a bigger project and some kind of collaborative working with Shorewood Hills on that.
And Renee, we are going to have to remove RP3 parking here as well. Is that correct?
Correct. There is some on this stretch as well.
So again, we would have to have a public hearing, and TC would have to approve removing the RP3 parking for this. If we move forward with this, that would be a further condition. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask a question about the RP3 parking and the public hearing? Is that an ordinance that's the process? Okay.
Correct.
No, it's not a state statute, which also says.
It's a city ordinance, I believe.
Okay.
I found it in the Madison City ordinances. So.
Okay. Thanks. I will take a look later.
Okay. I forget which one, but I can look it up for you, Harold.
Oh, I can find it, I'm sure.
Okay. Okay. Just put in RP3 parking. Yep.
Yep. Question about the comment about extending it to University Avenue. I think, yeah, eventually we definitely need that. I think that's the most terrifying section of Midvale if you are biking. I am very confident in general, but if you come southbound on there and then suddenly some cars start being parked and you have to move left and people shoot by you, there's hardly any road markings. So I think we got to work on that. I was wondering, are the northbound and southbound lanes in that section the same width, and do you have the same issues with having not enough space to get a bike lane in either direction? I have the feeling that the western side is wider, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, you might be right about that. We might be able to flip that in. There's the dual left turn from westbound University Avenue to southbound Midvale.
Yeah, maybe just take a look at that, since it sounds like we have to bring this back anyway because of the RP3 issue, because I think that alone would be of value, because making that connection all the way to, Rose Place, I think that is important north-south connection. And so if we can even get a bike lane for now on one side, I think that would already be an improvement worth pursuing. Mm-hmm.
So are you suggesting we delay this one as well, Harold?
Well, I get the sense we can't approve it anyway because of.
We can approve it subject to approving the RP3 parking removal.
Well, then my sense would be, we can approve everything that's being proposed here, which has lots of great stuff in there, and then that doesn't stop us from later having a separate proposal for that one block of one lane between University Avenue and Heathercrest. But I don't think we should slow the rest of it down because that makes a lot of sense to me. Thanks. That's what I had.
Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to echo everything that Harold said. I have been biking this section for probably 30 years. And I was actually on the council when Midvale Boulevard was redone the last time, and they did not put bike lanes on in this section. And that was a huge controversy. And, basically parking won out to bike safety. And that was really a loss, because trying to get from either Regent to University, Regent, Hilldale to University, and then to the Blackhawk and Rose Place and Locust and the Blackhawk path on the north side of University Avenue, or trying to get from that path into Hilldale is just a disaster. When you're trying to cross University Avenue, you have absolutely no protection whatsoever. And if you're trying to get onto that east-west path that's to the north of University, it's really hard to do. It's hard to do even if you do a pedestrian crossing of University Avenue, because you have to, there's a, flying right from northbound Hilldale onto eastbound University Avenue. And then there's multi-lane crossings and many phases of the traffic light for people making turns, and people are really not looking. I mean, I've seen pedestrians almost by it there, and I've seen bicyclists, just terrified, practically hugging the island, trying to figure out how to cross University Avenue. So I really think we have to somehow figure out how to get safe accommodations, safe and comfortable accommodations all the way across University Avenue. But in the meantime, this is going to make a big difference just to allow people to get that short distance up to Heather Crest, where they can then maybe get across Midvale and into Hilldale. And that's a huge destination, and it's becoming bigger with redevelopment in that area. So I think this is really, really needed. But at the same time, I'm really sad that we aren't going to have the full extent all the way across University Avenue for people who really need it. But I'm glad that we are now realizing that having no bike lanes north of Mineral Point Road is just not acceptable. It's really tough out there. And I've done it many times, but it's terrifying, even for a confident cyclist. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm really happy to see this. Even if it doesn't go all the way up, and so just wanted to lend my support to here. It's an area that I drive and occasionally bike. I'm not a confident cyclist, so I try to avoid it, and just hope and look forward to the day when actually it goes south of Mineral Point and to Nakoma, because that's a section I use more often.
Thanks. Other comments? Is that all you had, Darren? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is my hand still up? My screen shows it's down, but you can go ahead.
I can make it. Well, I can't make it. I guess, Ariana, you have to make me a co-host so I can put hands down if you would. Thanks. Other comments at this point? Okay, what do you have next, Tom?
Okay, last thing I had on my list to talk about was number 40, Monroe and then Regent Street. So this is kind of maybe more of a policy issue, but kind of overall with all markings, we've been estimating them as just the initial cost to install the markings, but I think it probably makes more sense to think of like the lifetime cost. Since we do things in concrete and they'll last 30 years, we do things in pavement marking, they last maybe 5 to, if we really push it, 10 years. I think this crossing here, the green, is over 10 years old, I think, or maybe around that. But it's very worn. This is an old material that we use. It's kind of that darker green epoxy resin. We now use preformed thermoplastic that's easier to install, and it's got the updated bike green color, which is much brighter. But to do this crossing right now, we really don't have the maintenance funds to handle something like that. It would eat up a pretty big portion of it. So we're figuring about $27,000 to update the green here. So we would like to do this through Safe Streets in Madison. We think we can make the argument that it's almost a new installation. It's a new material. It's updated color. It's a very important crossing, one of the highest, used areas in the city, and it's kind of it's the higher used crossing, but it's the less visible one here. So you can see the continental crosswalks are quite a bit more visible. So that's just something that I want to bring up, kind of here and markings all around, because one way or another we have to maintain these markings, and we either increase the operational maintenance budget quite a bit, or we account for that cost when these projects are approved for more of like a lifetime cost rather than just an initial installation cost.
Darren, go ahead.
Just a curiosity, Tom, how long, what's the life expectancy of the thermoform plastic that you're proposing?
That's a good question. It depends on different factors, the volume, whether there's turning traffic on it. But the stuff that we've been using over the past few years has held up much better than our previous materials, and which includes this. If it's on a turning location, like for example, University Avenue at Bassett, which is right on a curve, we've got green there, or University Avenue at Park Street, where vehicles are turning over it. It's going to last a fraction of the time that if it were just on a straightaway. But we would figure probably every 5 to 10 year replacement.
Okay, other comments? Oh, we have Robbie, go ahead. Oh, Harold, I'm sorry. Harold's next, and then Robbie.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I guess my comment at the policy level is that it does seem, I mean, I get the difficulty that it sounds like we don't have enough maintenance budget. I don't know, how is this being handled for other types of like crosswalks, center of the lines, stop lines? I guess those all come out of the maintenance budget, right?
Yeah, that's how we've been. So some streets are paint that we have our shop do in-house. The higher volume streets are typically epoxy that we then contract out, but it comes out of a maintenance budget.
Right. So yeah, I think for me, and I guess looking at the alders in the room, it sounds like that would require an increased maintenance budget. But I think that makes a lot of sense. We're like, okay, we figure out we need these road markings once, and then we have to have a way to maintain them. I do think in terms of sometimes, we decide between do we propose a paint solution or do we propose a concrete solution? And sometimes the concrete may look more expensive. But then, as you said, if you think about the lifetime cost, maybe it is not. So I do like that part of it where, say, street scoring, for example, I mean, we have the cost of the project. And so we might be underestimating the cost for paint projects. So I don't know what the best solution is. The other piece for this particular intersection, the nice thing about this intersection is that all the bike movements are protected. So you do not have, so there's less need to alert people driving to like, okay, you have a green and you can in theory turn left, but the people on bikes also have a green. All the movements are protected. So I'm wondering if as a cost savings measure, you thought about basically like a continental crosswalk, but in green, because I just read some guidance on continental crosswalks where FH, Federal Highway Administration, pointed out that you can strategically place the stripes where car tires usually are not, and therefore you increase the lifetime. So I wonder if that would be a way to get those $27,000, which is quite a chunk of money down here potentially.
Yeah, we hadn't considered that just because it's kind of been our standard to make it a full green crossing at the path crossings. But that is something that we could consider.
Yeah, as I said, I think this one is slightly different in that the green is good for like letting people on bikes know where they're supposed to be versus the crosswalk. But yeah, you don't have conflicting car movements, which maybe makes it the visibility aspect slightly less important. But consistency is also worth something. I don't know.
Darren, is your hand still up from before?
I think so. I apologize. I'm on my phone, so it's showing my hands raised. But
I just took it down. Robbie, go ahead. Robbie, you're up. Can you hear me, Robbie?
Yeah. I was having trouble unmuting myself because I was looking at something. on another screen.
Go ahead.
So I think I have, I was going to ask some of the same questions that Harold just asked. And, you know, while I agree this needs to be fixed, I am a little hesitant to set a precedent of using our scarce Safe Streets budget for a maintenance project that, if it was a road, would just come out of our regular street paint, so to speak. And, you know, $27,000 in the capital budget, because I think this would probably be in the capital budget. I'm not sure. Doesn't seem like very much. And also considering how much we spend on maintaining our roads and painting our roads and accommodating paint and directions for people on big roads, I just am a little hesitant to set a precedent, I guess I would say. So I'm struggling with that. I don't know how I feel about it, but maybe you can in some way assure me that this is not going to continue to eat up, you know, these needs for markings on what is a road, is not going to continue to eat up scarce funding for making our city safer with these small projects. So I guess that's my question. Let's not make this a precedent, and how are we going to handle this in the future?
So Robbie, are you questioning whether it's appropriate for Safe Streets Madison?
A little bit. I'm sort of wondering why isn't it just part of the streets maintenance budget?
Yang, are you up for answering that one?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, yes, yeah. You know, this is a great question, and you know, we have been struggling with it a lot for the last couple of years. You know, as we are adding more facilities in the city, more accommodations, you know, such as more expensive items, you know, such as green paint for bikes and, you know, continental crosswalks, RFBs, you know, a big portion that is through, you know, the Safe Streets program. We are facing increasing pressure on maintenance because all these has a lifespan, and at some point, they need to be replaced, you know, like this one. And, you know, as you all know, that the city is facing a very tough budget environment, especially for operating. So it's a lot easier for us to request money from a capital side and a lot harder from operating side. As a matter of fact, you know, has been asking to propose like 5% cuts like every year for the last few years. And, you know, this year it's a 1%. So instead of, you know, getting more money to maintain this, you know, we're asked to, you know, cut our budget on operating side. So that's why, you know, we're thinking maybe find a way to build this into the capital projects, such as Safe Street Madison. So that's, you know, but I definitely can see what, you know, Robbie is talking about, his, you know, her concern. So I'll stop there. Yeah, so something to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we were hearing was that this new paint, if it's going to be, you know, the better stuff, will last probably 10 years. And unless they've changed the formula for capital projects, I thought it was something that was going to last 10 years or more for anything in the capital budget. And so this better application of the thermoplastic would seem to fit. I'm just concerned about which pot of the capital budget it's coming out of, because, you know, we've gotten better about having money for improving the safety of our roads for people not driving, but it's still a incredibly small sliver of what we spend on transportation and maintenance of our transportation system. And so I'm sort of wondering, why are we setting a precedent where we're going to be applying road markings out of the Safe Streets budget instead of out of our normal street maintenance budget, and especially for something that is likely to last for a minimum of 10 years. So I think that's sort of what I'm putting before maybe the alders can consider this as well, that maybe this is something that we should be including in the capital budget for, you know, maintenance of these facilities that we're putting in, just like we do with roads. And that's where I'm sitting, and I don't know what to do about this particular project, but I guess I just am concerned about the precedent it's setting. So that's all. I'll shut up now.
Did you have a response, Yang, before we move on to Alder Bennett?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really quickly. Yeah, Robbie definitely has, a great point. And we have been working, with our finance department, and, pushing them really hard for kind of allowing us to transfer some of the the maintenance cost, but longer term, last for 10 years or more, to the, capital budget. And, there's still some, I would say difficulties on that. So I think our finance staff has been very cautious on that for good reasons. But we can definitely try to push more on that. But so far, I think finance has been really cautious on it. Not allowing us to kind of moving some of the maintenance things into capital budget, even though it may last 10 years or more. So, but I think in the future we can definitely kind of request increased amount for Safe Streets, or set up another capital program for maintenance if finance is okay with that. I think that definitely would be kind of better solution. But for now, hopefully we can find a solution to cover some of the markings that need to be replaced for safety purpose. So just want to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Sure. I guess I'm still not completely understanding why this is an operating cost and this wouldn't count as a capital. But I guess I can ask you about that offline, Yang.
I think it's Alder. I think it is appropriate to talk about it because we do make continental crosswalks, which are pavement markings. I mean, we do under the Safe Streets Madison look at safety improvements that are pavement markings. So if it's an upgraded pavement marking that is making it safer, I guess that's the way that Tom was saying it earlier. And I see both Yang and Tom Lynch have their hands up. So who wants to go first?
Tom, you can go first.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm using my earbuds.
We can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. So I'm just going to say that our finance department every year is faced with a pretty significant challenge. There's typically, a $20 million or more budget gap on the operating budget because of some of the constraints that our state legislature puts on us, the levy limits. Conversely, in Wisconsin law, there isn't necessarily a constraint on capital cost. We could providing we fit in underneath, I think there's a certain maximum expenditure constraint, but other than that, we can allocate some cost to capital, and the legislature for some reason doesn't care. Madison does have, I'm going to say, a restrained approach towards capital expenditures. That, you know, our bond rating is very good. The percent of our debt service in proportion to our operating budget, to our total budget, is reasonable. But it does, you know, these pavement markings, I've watched, I'm just going to say, I've watched Yang. I've been in this position for 5 years, and for 5 years, I've seen him having to cut his operating budget every single year to take care of these types of expenditures, because it's either we decrease the frequency of some of these maintenance costs, or we reduce our personnel. You know, there's just only so many different ways that you can reduce costs. Now, in this particular instance, where we have a 10-year life of something, I feel like that's like most of us, if we bought, you know, a mixer, right, at home, and it lasted 10 years, we'd feel okay. You know, all right, it breaks at 11 years, and so that's probably a reasonable capital expenditure. You see what I'm saying? Something that lasts 2 years, that's a maintenance cost, and that should be handled in the operating budget. It's a very, there's tension in this, and it's difficult. I'm going to say our finance department balances this very well. And then I'm also going to say that our finance department acts with a pretty good amount of integrity. It would be easier on the budget for us to push operational costs into the capital budget, and it would solve a lot of problems. But they really do question us, and they say, well, is this just maintenance, or is this an investment in an infrastructure? And so they really walk the line, I think, pretty well. And so I'm just providing that as background. You know, capital money is easier to get than operational money. However, I think our finance department operates with a pretty high degree of integrity, and won't allow us to push operational expenses into the capital budget, even though that's maybe the easier thing. For this particular one, the fact that this is a 10-year investment, I feel like that's a reasonable capital expenditure. So that's just a little bit of background. I think Yang was presenting this very well before. I'm just adding a little bit of background there. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sure, absolutely. Yang, did you have a follow-up on that?
I think Tom covered really well. Maybe just one thing really quickly. So typically, like when we work with finance, if for paper marking, right? If it's something that we do the first time, they typically, have no issues of, from the, accounting principles, treat it as a capital cost. But when we come back to maintain them, very often there has to be an operating cost. So I just want to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. And so for this particular one, I believe this, with the half-mile rule of TID districts, this falls in the Regent Street TID. Am I right on that? And I believe that there's a new development just on the block from this when the increment captured from that development in the Regent Street TID be able to pay for some of the this maintenance request in this situation?
Tom, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, I think I do. So the TID plans have to be approved, and they have to list out what they anticipate their capital expenditures to be. So there's a TID expenditure plan, and that's the basis for the whole implementation of the TID. Many city agencies would like the TID monies, including, like, for instance, the parking utility has a $12 million expense on the Lake Street ramp. But we can't just ask for it, right? It has to be in the plan, and there has to be enough increment in that plan to pay for it. So this is coming out of the Safe Streets Madison program, which is really not a program that's geographically constrained, right? All streets in our city can apply to this program. And so it's not necessarily something that's great for using TID monies. You know, TID monies are great for using specific improvements in specific locations. Now, this could be pulled out of the Safe Streets Madison, and you could make a budget or ask, you know, Dan Rolfson to put this in the plan. But this is kind of a relatively modest expenditure. It's $27,000, where, you know, normally the TID plan talks about expenditures and, you know, millions of dollars, not necessarily, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. So, and so I could, I probably can't explain the TID policy very well. I know it. I'm learning, you know, after 5 years, I'm learning it. But, you know, Dan Rawls or Matt Mekla-Justy, I could foster a conversation so that you could see how perhaps you could use TID monies to implement some of the things you'd like to see in your district.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this falls out of my district, but it's quite interesting. I know that the Regent Street TID, though, was implemented last year. And just like as a aside, not necessarily to do with repaving, so you don't have to answer this, but I just wanted to note that slip lane, I feel like is I think that's Regent, when you go from Regent Street to Monroe Street, is quite confusing. Yeah. Both for drivers and for drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think that promotes the reason why there needs to be repainting to kind of clarify where pedestrians and bicyclists should be, you know, walking or biking. But for cars that are there, it's very confusing, I feel as though, especially when there's like the no turn like sign, but then like the turn symbol painted on the street.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. It's a confusing intersection. I don't know if I know what the solution is. Perhaps lots of people might have some things, but I totally agree. This is when you have streets coming in at angles and multiple, you know, approaches, it's difficult, and that would be a capital project. But
if we were to, if we were to attach getting rid of that slip lane with like repainting the bike, that the green bike lane, would that count as a capital project?
Yeah, well, this could be, you know, this could have, I think a roundabout was considered here. This, the solutions to this intersection predate me by quite a bit, but I think Yang might provide. I'm going to actually yield my space to Yang, because Yang, if you really want to know the history of this intersection, I think Yang has more knowledge on that. It's difficult. It could have been a roundabout. I think there were reasons for it not to be a roundabout, and I'm just going to stop right there, and if perhaps Yang might have some answers.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Arthur Bennett. That's a great question. So, you know, about 10, 15 years ago, we did a lot of study for the intersection and trying to change it. We consider roundabouts and even some gray separated solutions, which actually I was not very figure of. It's very challenging intersection. And in the end, it was decided this might be the best setup. So this is very complicated, and I think I don't think I will be able to explain that in a couple of minutes without some diagrams to describe it. But I will be very happy to maybe ask staff to dig out some of the materials if you're interested, and I can follow up with you on that.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to see what you have offline. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Darren, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Not to belabor the point, just a couple of things that I'm wrestling with from the policy standpoint that were talked about already. Number one, I'm just trying to reconcile in my head how the priority pyramid from the Complete Green Streets Guide then trickles down into all of the work that are done in streets, not just the design of it, but also how does that work in the maintenance part of it? If we're going to prioritize people walking and then people biking, in the design of the streets, how are we then translating that into the maintenance of said streets as well? And then, from a cost perspective, and it was something that was said, was triggered, if this was the first time, then, this would get rolled into a capital budget and that would be fine, but they don't allow that for the maintenance. And I'm just thinking about, our Safe Streets Madison stuff. If we do this for the first time, that's fine, but now all of these projects we've approved along the way, are they going to come back for reapplication of Safe Street Madison Fund to maintain them as they go forward? And if so, then I really do think, as Tom started off in the beginning, talking about maybe we need to allocate, the lifetime of the project for it. And I think then we'll find that we have a lot less money for these projects to begin with. I don't know what the solution is. I have a fundamental problem with using the Safe Streets Madison funds for this. Because it already is an existing application. I understand the city's position on this, but I'm just wrestling with all of that. So that was a long way to say I don't know the answer, but just sharing my struggles.
Thanks, Darren. I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to say what I've been thinking. There's been a lot of discussion about this being a confusing intersection. And I'd like Yang and Tom to correct me if I'm wrong, but the situation with the paint being where it's at right now appears to make it less safe. So that's one thing. So the other thing is that this treatment, and Tom Moore, I think you described it as a new treatment. So we wouldn't be reapplying what was there before. We'd be doing a new treatment that lasts a long time and would make the intersection safer. It doesn't address all issues Alder Bennett was talking about, but at least having this new treatment utilized here would make it perhaps less confusing and more safe. So I don't know, Tom Moore, does that explain why you think that it would be considered under the Safe Streets program?
Right. Yep. Exactly. That was my argument. Yeah. It's not an exact maintenance of the existing. It is a new material, and it's. I guess the idea was to call out the space for the bikes, both for path users and for motor vehicle drivers, and that's kind of faded away.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with anything that's been said about it being hard to justify maintenance expense in the Safe Streets Madison program. But I guess I'm looking at this one a little bit differently because of what I said. But, Alder Harrington McKinney, you had your hand up. Did you have something you said before we go to Harold?
Sorry. No, I'll hold that till the end. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Harold.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly point out to the other members of the commission, please take a look at the spreadsheet and where this project is. I mean, we can have all these debates about should we repaint it? Yes, we should. But in a scenario where we have limited funding for Safe Streets Madison, and where I think, if I remember what Renee said correctly, we're already overspending, and then we look at where this project is. I mean, that is number 40 with a cost benefit ratio, I guess not exact ratio, score of 4. And then if we look at the top of the list, we have projects with 523, and we know that the spreadsheet is much longer. There might be many other worthwhile projects on here. So I think that's another thing to keep in mind when we make a decision on whether this needs to happen and whether it needs to happen now. Thank you.
So other comments on this, on Monroe and Regent? Darren.
Yeah, just going back to the safety aspect. I mean, as someone who bikes this intersection, not daily, but almost daily, in my ride to work, I've never truly felt unsafe. I've never been confused about where to go as a cyclist. As Harold pointed out, it is signalized for the bicyclists. You know, there's stoplights for us as we're going through, and you know, just at the cost of it. And just to reiterate, you know, where it falls on the list, I don't know that it's worthwhile dollars spent on this when it could be a different project that gets funded.
Okay, Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very insightful discussion. I'm just wondering, have there been any reported crashes or near crashes? I do understand the conversation, and I do appreciate the conversation, and I am going back to what Robbie was saying, but I want to, my whole concept in terms of shared roads has changed, because I do see some of the, you know, the lanes that are for cars, pedestrians, and cyclists. So I'm keenly aware of that. And I guess my question and concern is that how we are moving. It says $27,000, and so that's not the amount. So what I'm concerned about is that on the priority of lists, you know, where does this fit? And the second thing I really want to mention is that as we're going through, and thank you, Chair, for making such great notations, is that will there be opportunities for public comment, or when we have the vote and the recommendations that'll go forward, will there be an opportunity for public comment to come in and weigh on what our decisions were?
We had that earlier this evening, Alder. So we did have a number of, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, people come and talk tonight.
Okay, thank you, because I did log in late. Thank you very much.
Sure. I had them go first because I wanted us to be able to ask questions as we went through the discussion rather than holding it. So, Tom, did you have any other ones that, is that all you had then, Alder? Okay. Is that all that you had at this point, Tom?
That was everything that I wanted to go through. Right, yeah.
Okay. So what I have so before, do you want me to summarize where we are, or are there other ones that you have questions on before we do that? Alder Madison, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I do, if this is not the point, then definitely please forgive me. But I did want to just either speak about or speak in support of the project in District 17, the Portage, and I believe it's Tom Scott Trail, or at minimum have Yang or Tom just share about it.
Sure. This is exactly the right time. Which number, Tom, can you help me which number that is?
I think
18. Yep.
18?
Yeah,
Alrighty,
I can go through
ahead.
this one real quick.
Sure.
So Portage Road, we've kind of have continued complaints of speeding on Portage Road. Tom Scott Trail is a route to the elementary school there. So kids living north of Portage Road would cross south to get to the school. I think this is a really good location for an RFB. Didn't go through it because it was just an RFB. Fairly simple installation, but I think it's an important one for the school, especially. And there's not really good alternatives to this, so that's the direct route, and there's really no better crossing anywhere close.
Okay. And Alder, you're in support?
Yes, definitely. And I believe Yang did mention early on that Principal Lopez did share a letter that's in Legistar. That I believe the school only has one bus. The majority of their kids walk to that school. And it is, the other thing I want to say is just thank you to Yang's team early on, last October through, I don't know, maybe end of last year, for coming over and just getting folks to come over and help study what's happening around traffic and pick up and drop off at the school. And so I was happy to see that this also came out of the work of this body. So I'm definitely in support of it because a good majority of those kids do walk to school, and Portage Road is my number one, I think, complaint area on a regular basis. And it's difficult, I really want to see something happen in a positive side where it comes to impacting kids. So.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alder.
Thank you.
You bet. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question about RFPs in general. I was looking at the cost estimates for them, and there seems to be the minimum seems to be 10,000, but then there's also some more, like this one is 20,000. Is that about the number of poles that you have to put in, or the number of actual RFPs when they're facing both sides?
Right. Yes. And then we did. I mentioned right at the start that we looked into getting a less expensive version of an RFB that doesn't require the full large base and large signal poles. It can be like on a signpost, solar. So we haven't used those yet, but we plan to, and I think that's going to cut down on the cost. So some of these costs might reflect that updated one, and some might not. But that also a variation on the cost. But yeah, some require more flashers and overhead. Those will cost more. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's what I figured, and I'm very happy to hear that we might be able to get the cost down because it's great to see it all around. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Alder Figueroa Cole, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I jump in very late, so can I clarify? So are you guys to approve the $122,100, or are you guys picking and choosing what needs to be approved from this list?
I was just about to go through the list of the ones that we're making changes on and delaying so far, just checking in to see if anybody had anything else before I did that.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to call attention to my favorites or whatever, but definitely thank you for considering the one in Carlin Drive. But I know that's in my district, and I'm glad for that. But I am super excited to see changes to Midvale, and I hope that soon we can see changes to Midvale where the schools are. Like in the other side with the school and the library, when we have high density of kids walking around, and we can make that street safer. So definitely in support of that too.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome to make any comments, Alder. That's what we're looking for right now. So,
thank you. But in general, I'm in support of everything here. So, yeah, I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any other comments? Otherwise, I'll go through what I have at this point. Okay, what I have is number 7, North Baldwin. Delay to the next TC meeting. We also need a public hearing on the RP3 parking removal. Number 17 is South Baldwin. we would add a 4-way stop at the East Wilson intersection. Number 25, that's the Eastmoreland neighborhood, Ontario, Buckingham, Dawes. Boy, my handwriting is bad. Move forward with traffic circle, not move forward with speed humps. Number 29, Midvale Boulevard, just a note that we would need to have a public hearing on the RP3 parking removal. Number 42, East Wilson Street, Bike Boulevard, delay this so we can do more research on the number of speed humps and is there an alternative for speed humps on a bike boulevard. And number 40, I'm getting a real sense from people. I personally am supportive of the project, but my sense from the majority of the people speaking is that perhaps we should delay that. And because of where it is in a priority standpoint, the issues between maintenance versus capital or a new project, and that it might be better for us to delay that to a later date. So those are what I have at this point as potential changes, and I'd like to hear people's thoughts about that. Number 1, did I get it all right? And number 2, what other thoughts do you have about it? Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think you've summarized very well. I generally agree with everything that has been said. That's why I didn't raise my hand before. But just to clarify, I think the last one you got it right. I think your sense is correct. I agree with that. With postponing the project of painting on Regent and Monroe, I think mainly because I'm a big fan of design, and I feel that in particular in that intersection, the design of the intersection and itself and the crossing is very well done, and it would account, at least for now, in terms of continuing to have a safe crossing. I think the way that Harold described at some point, how the way that cars are guided and people are reminded of where to go, it's very safe in itself. Also, I'm not so sure about how much data we have in terms of how things were before that was painted, how are things after, and as Alder McKinney pointed out, we don't know if we have any data of crashes there or anything that would raise the priority on that one. So I just wanted to mention support to that final thoughts that you shared in terms of postponing the green paint.
Okay, other thoughts? Is anybody willing to make a motion? And I'm happy to restate it. Harold.
Yes, I would like to make that motion that you just summarized, because I think I agree with Pepe. You did a great job of keeping track of the comments, and I think that it certainly reflects of what I would like to make as a motion, and we can always have amendments if other people feel differently about it.
Okay. Pepe, is that?
Yeah,
I heard a couple. Okay, I heard a couple of seconds, but I think Pepe was first in line. So discussion about the motion. Alder Bennett?
I just had my hand up to second.
Okay, thank you. I think you and Pepe did it right around the same time. Darren, go ahead.
Nope, I was just jumping on the second bandwagon.
Okay. And Aiden, I can write it up for you if you want. So I've got good notes here. Carl, did you have some points to discuss?
Well, I just very briefly wanted to speak to the motion. I mean,
absolutely, go ahead. Unless Darren, did you have other thoughts? Or yeah, Darren, are you good or no?
I'm good, and I'm about ready after this one to switch to my laptop, so hopefully my hand problem will be solved.
Okay, I will lower your hand, and Harold, go ahead. Speak to your motion.
Yes, just very briefly, I wanted to say thank you for staff for bringing this great list. I feel like this time, I mean, yes, we spent a lot of time talking about the specific projects, but I feel like the quality of the project overall has been super great. I think we have proposed some things that might make them even better. I know how much work this is. We had great public engagement. We had people come to the meeting today. So I think I'm very happy with where we're at with the list that we're looking at right now. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. And thank you for saying that, Harold. I am, I was part of the subcommittee that worked on the report that recommended forming Safe Streets Madison. So it's really exciting to see the program come to life. And I agree with you, Harold. I think staff has just done an excellent job. And I really want to compliment staff as well with regard to the engagement. I went out and I looked at the PowerPoint decks for the neighborhood meetings, and Vision Zero was covered, and Complete Green Streets, along with Safe Streets Madison. There was just this cohesive message about what we're trying to do in the city in those neighborhood meetings, and it's probably some I'm leaving out. So really, really excellent work with regard to that. So I'm just really excited about Safe Streets Madison and how it's being implemented. And Harold, you're really, really right to point out high compliments to staff. So thanks for that. Other comments or discussion? Okay, I am going to assume a unanimous, I'll save these notes, I promise, Aiden. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to abstain or vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried, and really, really excellent discussion. Thanks everybody for, it's a lot of work just to read through the public comments and to read through all of the material to be informed enough to have this discussion tonight. And thanks to all the other alders who joined us as well for that particular discussion. So, and as very special thanks to Renee and Tom, because Safe Streets Madison is just, yay. Really, really, really great job. So.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for the feedback and discussion. It's exactly what we were looking for. So,
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I know, except Tom, you have to come back next time too. So, right?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, great. And Renee, can you maybe help me with Stephanie on those hearings for the, we'll have to connect with her on the,
she's actually here. She's actually here. So, but I'll connect with her when she's officially back in the office. And
oh, is she here?
Yes,
there she is. Hi,
Stephanie's here.
Stephanie. Sorry, I didn't see you on there. Thanks. Glad to have you here. So thanks, Stephanie. Thanks for coming, even though you're officially not back in the office. So we'll have to put those on the agenda for the next TC meeting if that timing all works, and I'll connect with you, Stephanie, in terms of if we can. Does that timing work, do you think?
yeah, that should work fine.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks. Thanks so much, everybody. Okay, so now we move on to approval of the Metro Transit bus stop changes in the BRT corridor, excuse me. And this is something that was deferred from our last meeting. So Sean, are you gonna take this one?
Yeah, I have support here from Mick and Mike Chickball as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I wanted to do a little bit of background first of kind of how we got here. So when we were implementing the redesign, at the same time, we were planning the BRT construction. And so basically what happened is there was a call where we could have eliminated the BRT stops. Basically, a map went out that showed just the BRT stations, and then it kind of occurred to me that we haven't covered the stops that are on Route A. So the definition of BRT is having this stop spacing, and so that's eventually going to start in 2024. I made the call, basically, since we didn't have the construction plan and there were a lot of unknowns at the time, just to use the existing stops. We did eliminate a few stops on the square, and we actually have found that that's really worked well for us operationally. For example, can think of a couple times where we had concerts on the square and it's starting to rain in the morning, and we had to have supervisors run out there and bag those stops and things. And so, and that was a very modest reduction that we did as part of the redesign, just those Route A stops on the square. So now, as you can see out there, construction is started. We have all those detailed plans. We have some running time data, and Route A has just really struggled to remain on time. It's a very long route. I think I have 135 stops right now on Route A, and that was just existing stops. If it drives by a stop, our plan is we serve it. So we've all been moving towards BRT, which with that stop spacing will have very high quality, high amenity stations. But since Route A is running late right now, and I can get into some of the data a little bit later, but I wanted to give a little narrative here. Route A is running late. We have kind of limited resources to fix some of this stuff. It's kind of unknown how some of these construction phases could slow it down a little bit. I've seen lane closures and things kind of back up some of the buses. So anyway, my staff and other folks over at Metro, we looked to see what we could do of a new batch of stops to do some stop consolidations. So basically, these were picked, and I'll show you the so you can look at it now. I'll show you the so here's the stops here, and I won't get quite as detailed as we did for Safe Streets on each one of these stops. But what I wanted to say is it's really important to look at these as a package. We did kind of get through stop by stop in the previous one, and one of the reasons it was tabled is we wanted to come back and kind of make these baskets for you. So the ones that we're kind of asking for, quicker approval is the priority zero closures. And those are ones that are going to get closed anyway for construction. And part of this is kind of really setting expectations for folks. I'm not sure if everyone really understands the nature of how we got BRT approved and how we got that funding. There's kind of a clean corridor of stop consolidation where every stop is a special stop that we got money for to build a very high amenity stop for BRT with level platforms. So right now, basically, I don't want to give people false hope that their curbside stop that is not in the BRT system we picked. There was a lot of other stops that we considered that we left for good reasons. Each one of these stops kind of has a history, but I think it's very important to kind of approve these as a package. First of all, the expectations of folks and kind of get travel patterns going. In some cases, there's local routes that are near the BRT corridor, like for example on the Isthmus, to have stops every block. The BRT is kind of being a little bit more of a more long distance route with that stop spacing. So in many cases, I think it's important to reinforce kind of what the future of the BRT corridor is. And I think that would kind of help the phasing of when we actually open. And then in the short term, we have lots of benefits if we do consolidate these stops for on-time performance. There are people that are living further and further away from the core that are getting upset that, for example, like we used to have Route 23 that went far to the east side in Sun Prairie that had a couple dozen stops. Now it has closer to 30 or 40 stops. So anyway, there's kind of the short-term benefits are helping some of our on-time performance issues that we've been having. So next to here, we have the adherence at nearest time point, if you can see from this list here. And I think it's really important to kind of give a caveat that I didn't feel comfortable kind of cherry picking numbers. There's certainly some times where there were some different things happening to make the bus much, much later than this. There's also times that it ran through fine. So 5 minutes, if you look at 5 minutes late, that's really kind of an aggregation that's missing out a lot of the kind of the peaks and valleys. But I thought it was important because the last meeting we asked about having some on-time performance information and honestly with our 40% ridership increase around on average for the difference between summer and when school starts. I knew that we were going to have some more on-time performance problems. And right now we're kind of running a little bit razor thin with the number of buses that are operatable. It's a whole other discussion there, but this is a way kind of to fix things quicker. So this would not go through until the new December service change. So this is a way of kind of just phasing in some parts of BRT, fixing some of our short-term problems, and kind of setting expectations for the future. So, I mean, there's different baskets here, and we can get into them if you'd like. But I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we do all of them. If we start just closing a couple of stops, I think people will feel like they were singled out. It's also harder to show kind of aggregate impacts of an overall on-time performance increase if we just delete a couple of stops. So I think it's important kind of to take as many baskets as you guys feel comfortable with to try to help us in the short and medium term as we get to BRT. And like I said, the alternative is there's an option to do none of this, but I think we would kind of miss out on some of the short and medium term benefits of setting expectations and trying to fix some of the issues we have right now. Yeah, with that being said, these are kind of all over the place, and they're kind of hard to go through because they're all put into baskets now, and so they don't. The only thing they have in common is that they are prioritized in a certain way. They're not from a geographic area. Mike could certainly, he has a lot more knowledge on that. Go ahead, Mike, if you want to.
Oh, I just wanted to add. Yeah. I just wanted to add a couple things for continuation since last time. So just to be clear, these are not all of the Route A, not all of the bus stops along Route A that will be closed with BRT. There's still roughly 10 other stop pairs along the corridor that are not including this list. So those are almost like a priority 3 bucket that aren't even on the list. And there are operational reasons why we want or need to keep those stops open because some things will need to kind of change over all at once with BRT. And then just one other thing is that we heard last time we had talked about the stop pair around Randall and Babcock and some reluctance to close that one, which staff agreed with. So that one has been removed from the list since last time.
Yeah, there were a few other ones. Mike, I compared it, and there were like 5 of them that were on the list last time that aren't on this list. So the comments that people made were heard, and so the list was revised and prioritized, which I think is really helpful. Okay, comments or questions, or anybody else from Metro have any other comments before we move into discussion? Questions and discussion? Okay, what comments or questions do you have? Robbie, go ahead.
I think this is just to understand, I should say, clarify. I see that University and Blackhawk and University and Ridge are being eliminated. Now I know where there's a stop to the east of Ridge because that's where I get on the bus. So that's University Bay Drive. But to the, let's see, the closest one to University and Blackhawk, would that be Shorewood Boulevard? Is there a stop there?
Yes.
Okay. And then to the west, is it Midvale?
It'd be Midvale, Shorewood, and then University Bay would be the spacing.
Okay.
And then in between there, Blackhawk and Ridge would go.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. So this is for the BRT. There are other buses that run down University. Would they stop at any of the stops? I mean, would these stops be completely gone, or
They would be.
Go ahead.
They'd be completely gone. Yep.
Okay. So
there are stops. Oh, sorry. There are stops in that corridor that we did save until we kind of figure some things out. Since we suggested this, we did extend Route 38 over University Avenue, and that does bring up some interesting questions when BRT does start. But it was a community need that was direly needed. So So sorry to interrupt you. Yeah.
No, that's fine. You were answering the question that I pretty much was trying to get to. And maybe I have not, since I'm not riding the bus as much in the summer as I do in the winter, I haven't looked at all the routes that go by because I usually just jump on whatever shows up. So I may be misinterpreting where some of those routes run on University Avenue. I know there's one at least that used to come down. I guess it's Farley instead of Ridge. Anyway, I'll have to look at it, but I just wanted to know where the closest stops were to those other couple. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Robbie. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Robbie asked the same question, and I missed the discussion last time because I was at Board of Public Works, so apologies. So these stops will be completely closed. No bus will stop there anymore. Is that what I hear?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was always the plan with BRT. Once BRT starts, we were always planning on closing these stops.
Yeah, to build on what Sean said, routes A, F, and R are functionally the routes on University Avenue. And those, all three of those routes are considered part of the BRT system. So they will use the new articulated buses. They will stop at the BRT stations, not at any local stops. They will stop in the middle of the street. Route 38 was added recently on University Avenue. We don't know exactly what the future of Route 38 will be when BRT gets implemented, because Route 38 will not be able to stop at the BRT stations. But Route 38 is not planned to stop at these intermediate stops. With this change, Route 38 would have the same stop spacing as the proto BRT routes A, F, and R.
Okay, thanks. That helps clarify this. That's all I have.
Okay, other comments or questions? Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve these bus stop changes. Bill?
I'll make a motion that these all changes be approved, and they will go into effect in the December time period.
Okay, so approve the stop changes to go into effect in December. Darren, is that a second?
It is.
Okay. And Sean and Mike, that's what you were talking about in terms of the timing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there discussion, or did you wish to speak to the motion? Carl? Or Bill, excuse me?
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Yeah, I think staff has done a great job of clarifying exactly what the ramifications are of the. I think it has to be sold on that we're trying to get on-time performance back to where we want it to be before BRT starts. So I think that's the key reason for this, and all of the notes really clarify also and. Importance is why, there are other reasons besides just on time. So I think it's good. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, I am going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Alder Govindarajan.
Mark me as abstaining, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, so next on our agenda is annual review and approval of the Transportation Commission Handbook and Special Rules. When we formed the Transportation Commission, the original Transportation Commission back in July of 2018, we recognized a need for a handbook, something to help everybody understand the purpose of the commission, to develop some links to identify what training is needed, to identify relationships with other committees, responsibilities of the commissioners, and any special rules that we wanted to utilize, which is allowed under 3301. I worked on that subcommittee and with the city attorney's office to come up with a handbook. Yang Tao led the effort to come up with an annual work plan for the Transportation Commission. And we also worked with some IT folks to come up with a place to put this on the city's network so that people could find it. Certainly as a result of the merger with the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, this document couldn't be used as it was used in the past. So it needed to be updated. So we've done that work, and most of the changes, many of them in fact, reflect the merger with the Transportation Policy and Planning Board and the change in the responsibilities. Those are all highlighted in the action memo, but I just want to call attention to a couple of them. One of them in particular, because of something Denise said earlier, in section 3, which is the responsibilities of the commissioners. In the past, we had just identified that we're working to eliminate disparities which may be experienced regarding transportation issues in the city by people of color and people of low income. And I added people with disabilities because that has been a real focus of our conversations. And so I wanted to call it out and recognize that we are working on that as well. Because the Transportation Policy and Planning Board was dissolved or terminated, we didn't need to identify our relationship with it anymore, but there is an ongoing relationship with the Board of Public Works. Harold is on that. And the Plan Commission, Chris McCahill, is on that. So I thought it would be helpful to add a section describing those relationships. Then we do have on page 19 of the clean version of the handbook, we have our special rules, which we're allowed to have. A couple of the changes are just really technical changes, but there is one that I did want to talk about because it's an important rule that has been in place. In fact, it was in place at the Transit and Parking Commission. It was then adopted by the Transportation Commission, and I'm proposing that we consider continuing it. And that is allowing speakers at public hearings up to 5 minutes as opposed to the 3 minutes that we have normally for speaking. It has always been viewed as additional accessibility for the public when it's something that's of such importance that we're holding a public hearing. But I didn't change that at all. That's what's been in place, again, for the Transportation Commission and the Transit and Parking Commission. What I did change was, in the past, it said that that TC will not take action on the subject matter of the public hearing until a future TC meeting. And I changed that to may not take action. And the reason that I did that is because when we have issues like the RP3 hearing, we had that hearing on August 9th. Nobody came. Well, actually, 3 people registered, but they registered in support. We didn't have anybody register in opposition. We didn't have anybody speak at the public hearing. So we didn't have any special rules in place for the new commission, so we acted on the item at that meeting. However, as already posted, when we approved the public hearing, the Metro Transit public hearing, which will be held on September 27th, we acknowledge that we will not take action on that particular item at that meeting and that it will be deferred to the next meeting. And I would anticipate that that would be the case with changes related to Metro Transit. But there are other reasons where we have public hearings where, as was the case with the last one, it might be entirely appropriate for us to take action during that same meeting. And, we can choose, and we could have chosen to say, no, we're not going to take action and we'll defer it to the next meeting. But this change in the special rule gives us that option to either take action that same evening or to say, no, we're going to defer it to the next meeting. So I would say that I use the handbook all the time personally. I worked with Eric Finch on updating the handbook, particularly that back section, which relates to all of the things that we need to be worried about relative to quorums, walking quorums, all of the procedural things. It's a very handy guide, and I believe it's of great use to new members of the commission, because it really lets you know what you need to do training on, and what you need to become familiar with in order to make good decisions at the Transportation Commission. So comments or questions about the value that you see with that, questions that you have about what's in it, or comments? Denise.
Audio now. Yeah, Ian, thanks so much for all of that work. There's a lot there that is just fantastic. So I have one question. When thinking about the 5 minutes for folks at a public hearing, which makes a lot of sense, what's the accommodation for folks who are working with an interpreter? Because, there's time taken for the interpreter to, to communicate back and forth. Is there an exception to give longer time?
Yes, what it says is that individuals who require an interpreter at public hearings may be allowed up to 10 minutes.
8 seconds.
To speak.
Looks like you're done. Lower hand button. Raise hand button.
Oh, sorry, Ann. It's my.
Oh, I wondered what that was. It's
yeah.
Screen reader. Okay.
Yep, it's my screen reader. Sorry about that.
No, so people who require interpreters have up to 10 minutes. Okay. All right, great. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, I just quickly want to say that I appreciate that we have this handbook being on the Board of Public Works now, where we do not have such a handbook, and where, based on the discussion, I mean, both for me personally and also sometimes from comments that other commissioners make, it would be really nice to have such a handbook. So I will maybe bring that up with the chair at some point. Maybe we can take this as a model and bring it to other boards, committees, and commissions as well. So thanks.
Yeah, I should send you the link to the Plan Commission manual, because some of your work is more technical than our work. And the Plan Commission's work is really technical. So you should look at that one too, Harold. And I can send you a link to that one, because I did look at Liddell Zellers has done a really great job working with staff on that as well.
Thanks.
Sure. Darren?
Yeah, thanks, Ann. All of it great. I appreciate it. I do have a question, a little bit of concern about the 5 minutes. I mean, I appreciate in trying to make accommodations or allowing people who might need it. But I also worry about those who don't need that extra time, just taking 2 extra minutes of stuff. And I wonder if, I noticed, like in the handbook, it says, if you need an interpreter, you request extra time. I mean, is there a way to make it so that if extra time might be needed, we can request it versus given? And I just always think back to Lake Mendota Drive and all of that testimony we had there. And I just think, if each one of the residents had 2 extra minutes to say the exact same thing as the resident before. While I appreciate all that they had to say, I don't know that in the end it would have been better off for the project.
Sure. And in that particular case, it was just speaking at the meeting, so they were limited to 3 minutes. But it's my understanding that we always have the opportunity to say that somebody can make a motion to give them extra time if they. That happens quite a bit at other meetings. That's part of why it's not a change, but I did want to bring it up because it is something I have heard people talk about in the past, and that should it be 3 minutes or 5 minutes, or should we go back to the 3 minutes? So it's something that I have heard people express concern about. So we could always, if somebody needs extra time, you can make a motion to allow them the extra time. Okay. Is that all you had then, Darren? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would just emphasize, since I used to be on Transit and Parking Commission many years ago, and there are limited circumstances where we are holding an official public hearing. For instance, Plan Commission hears testimony all the time, but there are only certain times when you have an official public hearing. And those are often actually laid out in state law, I think. I think that when we make changes to, when we make changes to the routing or we have to have a public hearing. I mean, it's noticed. We start public hearings at 6 p.m. usually. And it's noticed that we're going to start it at 6 p.m. It's not just any old item on the agenda. So it's pretty limited, and they're often really important decisions. So I would support keeping it at 5 minutes. Those public hearings can get long, but I think that because they're always really substantial changes, I think it's important to extend that time for people to have their say for those items. So.
Thanks, Robbie. I don't see any hands up. That's my personal feeling, is that when it is important enough to hold a public hearing, that it's important enough to give people adequate time to talk about it. And it can, like with the Metro Transit Network redesign, we only had the public hearing as that single item on the agenda, just because we knew it would take a while. Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Yes, and I did have myself unmuted, so I'm sorry if you heard anything, and I hope you didn't. But anyways, I just wanted to add my voice to, I kind of have a dissenting opinion, and maybe it's just because of my experience on council, and I am new to the Transportation Commission, but I do find that keeping public comment to 3 minutes, but then always offering the ability to extend their time is important, or is useful to like streamlining meetings, especially when we have long agendas like today.
Yeah, and just to be clear, anybody, like Safe Streets Madison discussion, any item that is on the agenda, people are still limited to 3 minutes. It's only when we officially call it a public hearing, which we've had, we're going to have, 2, I think, this year, possibly, 3, because we probably have to call them. We're going to have like 3 related to the RP3, which should be relatively short, and then 1 related to Metro Transit Network redesign. So people are still limited to 3 minutes when they speak on regular agenda items. They would only be allowed up to 5 if it's actually an official public hearing, as Robbie mentioned. But the Common Council did make a decision, Alder, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, to change from 5 minutes at the council meetings to 3 minutes. So I think that because of the very thing that you mentioned. So.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I believe it was last term that the Common Council made that shift. Personally, I haven't noticed too many instances where it wasn't too prevalent, where during a public hearing, a person ran out of time or their time needed to be extended. It's pretty rare, even with the 3 minute time constraint on a public hearing that occurs. At least on council.
Okay. All right, thanks, Alder. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, just a clarification because I think I'm a little confused. So I got the point that it's for public hearings now versus regular meetings. It's currently 3 and we're trying to change it to 5, or?
So the Transportation Commission, which was dissolved when we recreated the new Transportation Commission, for the years while it was in existence, it had a special rule allowing up to 5 minutes for public hearings. Okay. And the Transit and Parking Commission, before the Transportation Commission, also allowed up to 5 minutes for public hearings, with the major public hearing being changes done at Madison Metro. And part of why I'm suggesting that we leave it is because there has been a lot of discussion about accessibility on that particular topic. And I was worried that if we changed it from 5 minutes to and eliminated the special rule, which means it would just be 3 minutes, that we would be viewed as less accessible than the Transportation Commission had been in the past. So that was my concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and thank you for that. I mean, for consistency, I would like just to have them all 3 minutes and then be able to extend the time, should somebody need it. I think I wouldn't want somebody to come to a regular meeting and somehow think they had 5 because they saw somewhere in a quick skimming that they may have, 5 minutes and it's 3 and they feel cut off and slighted. I think much like council did, streamlining things to 3 minutes. And then we always have the option, they can request more time and we can grant it. I think that shows that accommodation. But,
yeah. So in my opinion, how we would do that, and Eric, you can correct me if I'm not right, would be to just eliminate that special rule. Because if we eliminate the special rule about public hearings, we would just go back to what is allowed under 3301, the BCC ordinance, which is 3 minutes, up to basically a minimum of 3 minutes, which can be extended if you want, and 6 minutes if you require an interpreter. Robbie, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Pepe, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for all the clarifications and all the details around that. I generally agree with Darren, just because of the sake of, preventing any confusion that can happen in the future. I like the idea of that can be extended. And also I have a question in terms of extending the amount of time that someone might need. When a person signs up for either public hearing or a agenda item comment, can they comment only once?
Mm-hmm.
It's just once. So that also applies to a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
They register to speak and they're allowed a time for that registration. Mm-hmm. Eric, I assume that would be correct, Eric?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And, okay. And what would be the circumstances where we can extend that?
We would have, my understanding is somebody would have to make a motion and there would be a second and we would have to vote on extending the time. Would that be correct, Eric?
I don't know if it would be a vote or if it would be at the chair's discretion off the top of my head. As well as if during discussion you might be able to, bring somebody back. Obviously, like earlier tonight, we kind of changed around the order.
Yes, that was just because there was he registered for the wrong thing, so I just let him speak on the right thing.
But even not just on that, but in terms of, I think we had the comments got moved up Like,
right. I did that like without objection. I just said, this is what I'd like to do unless there's objection. So,
right. So I think that kind of sensible flexibility that helps expedite meetings, because there's already so much on the Transportation Commission's plate.
Yeah.
I think that kind of thing makes a ton of sense. And the only other thing I would say is there's a general default rule, even without the special rules, on the 5 minutes and then 10 minutes for folks that need an interpreter. There's also a rule that basically folks with an interpreter get double time.
Right.
So that would just be a default that would stay even if we got rid of the 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah. Because in 3301, it allows you 3 minutes. Or if you need an interpreter, it's 6 minutes. Yeah. And I don't know, Robbie, if you could comment from your experience, or maybe one of the other alders, at the Common Council, if somebody wants extra time, is it just if there's no objection, and then how do you figure out how much extra time they get?
Yeah, that's what I was going to comment on. So I will say that this mayor is a little stricter on whether extended time. I think when I was on the council, which was back in the dark ages, but it really got out of hand because people would go on, and they're like, oh, I just want a little more time. I want a little more time. And nobody wanted to cut them off. And what happens is that it seems, sometimes it feels, I don't know if I'm the only one who felt this, but it feels like you're giving more time to some people than other people who have been following the rules and they know they're only going to get 3 minutes. Whereas somebody else just feels that they have something much more important to say and they insist on extra time, and nobody wants to cut them off. So, and then it also, it almost feels like you're giving preference to some people because you want to give this guy who's, I don't know what, he's got an issue, he lives on the street or whatever, more time. And you're giving, or somebody who's in favor of something or somebody who's against something, and it just feels like you're giving preference to people and not being fair to everyone. And so that idea, and usually how the extra time is given is like, well, without objection, we'll give him 1 more minute. Okay. But then he goes and he speaks for another minute, and he wants another minute, and he wants another minute, and then you have to eventually cut him off. So I really have trouble with the default of giving people more time because it gets out of hand and it feels like you're preferencing some speakers. Whereas if for public hearings, which are substantial decisions, you say you're going to have 5 minutes, everybody else gets 3 minutes, and it's noticed on the agenda. It says right up at the top of the agenda, 3 minutes. And then if there's a public hearing, it's noticed as a public hearing. It says it's starting at 6 p.m. and it says you get 5 minutes for public hearings. I just think that feels more fair. Obviously, somebody who has got issues or problems expressing themselves because of whatever they need to express themselves, we can give them that extra time, especially if they need an interpreter, whether it's a sign interpreter or a language interpreter or anything like that. And I have no problem with that. But I think those are more unusual cases than the person who just runs on. And that just drives me absolutely out of my mind. And you have to be incredibly strict as the chair. So you're going to be the bad guy to cut them off. So just FYI, everybody's going to have to say, no, you had your 3 minutes. Everybody else abided by 3 minutes. You're done.
Yeah.
And it feels very mean.
Yeah, I think that's why we went with the 5 minutes, and then we're very strict about the 5 minutes. Denise, go ahead.
I just lived through what Robbie described on Monday, and it got ugly. So, and there were folks that, asked for more time and got it. And then what happened at the end, because the signers had to leave and the captioners had to leave, is those of us that were at the end were now told to rush. It was ugly, and there was a lot of resentment and anger, and people felt like there were certain folks who were privileged, it did not go well. So I think I'd rather err for a public hearing, and as somebody who testifies a lot, with a big complex issue, 5 minutes is a good amount of time, and then hard stop. And just as Robbie described, you notice it, as people are beginning to speak, you remind them verbally of the expectations, and you're consistent, because it was painful, and it's going to take a while for healing to happen in that particular space.
Thanks, Denise. So what do we think? I am still a fan of the 5 minutes, just in order to offer people that opportunity. Robbie?
Well, I was going to make a motion to accept the handbook as you wrote it, which includes the 5 minutes for the public hearings.
Okay.
And the 3 minutes for everything else. So
okay.
It feels to me like we're at the point where a motion is appropriate.
Okay, so it's a motion to approve the handbook and the special rules as written. Is there a second to that? Alder Govindarajan, I don't know if you're seconding that or had something else to say.
No, I had something else to say.
Okay, is there a second to, are you okay with this just going forward, and then we can talk about the motion?
Yes,
Alder?
of course.
Okay, Denise, is that a second?
It is.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the handbook and the special rules as written. Alder Govindarajan, unless you wanted to speak to your motion, Robbie. Nope. Okay, Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just really quickly want to say, I think it would be a better idea to keep it at 3 minutes and allow the extension if ever necessary. And the perspective I come at this from is legitimately just as a student. If I'm giving a presentation, if I'm giving a final project, the professor gives students a time limit. And if you are not able to get your point across in that time limit, it is too bad, so sad. Like, that is it. However, in this situation, we can ask for extensions, and I do think that's a better and more appropriate way to go about this. If someone needs that extra time at the very end, they can ask. And even if they don't get to ask, they always have the ability to send an email, which we do read as members of this commission. I genuinely think this has been a very long meeting as is, which I've been in and out of, which is my fault as a student. But 5 minutes of public speaking, especially when we have more contentious issues, such as maybe bus route changes or something, will drag these meetings on for a very long time. And the later it goes, the worse decisions people tend to make. So with that, I would rather stick with 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Denise, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just need to lower my hand.
Oh, okay. Pepe, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would generally say that personally I will also stick with 3 minutes. Even though I like the idea of the extension, I don't know if this is something that can be applied, but I'm thinking instead of the member of the public requesting an extension, I don't know what you all think about if this makes more sense that the chair or somebody from this body can make the request of extending that time, because we all think, or we agree, or out of common sense, we think that the idea didn't get through because there was more out there that we needed to hear, or that we want to hear about this idea. But it's not necessarily the person expressing the idea, the one requesting more time, because then we can fall into what Robbie was saying, of people just wanting to continue to say the same thing over and over. I just like the idea of the extension, because if we think it's appropriate and there was more that needed to be said about a specific idea that wasn't completed in that amount of time, we can offer that a single time. But personally, I would prefer to keep it at 3 minutes. I think that's enough time to express something. And even and the rule of making it double for someone with special needs, I think that's very arbitrary. I would personally just offer the amount of time that they need, especially if they have special needs communicating. I know this is, of course, we would like to have a limit, so we could do a limit of twice as much, of 3 times as much, but I would personally feel more comfortable with allowing people that have special needs communicating to have a freedom of time so they can actually communicate what they need to say.
Yeah, well, the city ordinance does specifically say you're allowed 3 minutes to speak, and if you need an interpreter, you're allowed 6 minutes to speak. So that isn't something we can change, but
okay.
we can. Part of what I feel and what I've heard other people say is it seems to be somewhat arbitrary in terms of some people are afraid to ask for more time. Some people are well versed in speaking in front of these groups, so they're not afraid to say, could I have some more time? So it ends up being rather arbitrary. And that's, I think, what I heard from Robbie and Denise, and what I've experienced myself in other meetings.
Right.
So it doesn't end up seeming fair to me.
The quick question: the idea of extending that time or requesting that, is that also something we can find in the handbook? Because I didn't see it in the same sections.
No, that would be like a Robert's rules. That's covered in the section on. It's under general Robert's rules in terms of how something like that would be handled.
Okay.
Okay. Alder Bennett, go ahead. And why we're having this long discussion this evening is because we have a public hearing coming up at the next meeting. So I wanted us to have an opportunity to discuss it tonight. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you for bringing it up. So I wanted to say that I will be voting no on the motion, simply because I believe that we should be able to keep both, just general comments and public hearings to 3 minutes. Although it may not seem like a huge issue now, need I not remind the commission of the Lake Mendota Drive meeting where that lasted several hours. And I could only imagine if residents became very animated about a particular issue and it was a public hearing item. And not that we want to not hear from our residents, but, adding 2 minutes plus having 60 speakers or something, I'm just putting an arbitrary number out there, can add 120 minutes to a meeting. So I just wanted to say that. And would it be okay if I added an amendment to the motion that public hearings would be 3 minutes?
I don't think, Robbie, that probably is, I know there's no such thing as a friendly amendment, but I think that you could just offer and the motion be amended.
It's a friendly amendment. She needs a second, and then we vote on the amendment. Yep. And then if it passes, it becomes part of the main motion.
Sure. Right. So it's similar to the other. It just isn't friendly to what you brought forward, but it is an amendment. So, go ahead, Alder. What's your amendment?
I move an amendment to move to keep public hearing items for public comment to move it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Alder,
I'm
may I
sure
make
there's a fancy way of saying that I did not use.
May I make a suggestion, Alder? This is a special rule changing it from the standard to 5 minutes. So all I believe you would need to do, and Eric, you can correct me, is just eliminate that last special rule on public hearings. And I think that would change it back to 3 minutes. Correct, Eric?
Yeah, I think a motion of amending the handbook to remove that language would be the motion amendment we'd want.
Okay.
Would want to vote on.
Then I move to remove the last line on public hearings items in the handbook.
Okay, so
So
we'll remove the last special rule on public hearings. Would that be good?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second to that?
Second.
Is that you, Alder Govindarajan?
Yes, that's a second, and I also have a comment afterwards.
Okay. Alder Bennett, did you wish to speak to your motion before we go to Alder Govindarajan?
No, I already spoke to what I had to say.
Okay, Eric, did you have something before I go to Alder Govindarajan?
No, I just wanted to say we could have discussion on the amendment if you want. Otherwise, it would go exactly as Robbie said to a vote.
Right, we're going to discussion on the amendment at this point, and Alder Govindarajan, excuse me, getting late. Alder Govindarajan, you're up for that.
Thank you, and Chair, you have been doing a fantastic job at saying my last name, so thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, to speak to this amendment, I already spoke to what I thought about the 3 minutes, but just to another thing that I would add is the longer we keep public comments, it is good for engagement in general. However, we also have to keep in mind that the people who typically engage the most are the people who will sign up first and have their voices heard at every other meeting. But the people who are not used to knowing how to sign up or which website to use, or maybe it might be their first time at one of their meetings, they will sign up towards the very end because that is just how it goes. So those will be the people who will be here for the first time, having to wait an hour or 2 hours for people who speak pretty frequently, to send emails, to have maybe personal connections with many of members on this commission, to already, they will be having their voices heard, but the people who typically don't have their voices heard will not be able to. So with that in mind, increasing this to 5 minutes, even in a special session kind of way, will create a pretty big inequity problem as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, briefly, I will support this amendment. I think the argument that it's an accessibility question, I think in some ways it is, but I think it's also more complicated because, as we just heard, like the meetings go longer, and we have certainly had the scenario where in these long public hearings, people are signed up for comment, and then when it is their turn, they're no longer there because probably life got in the way and they can't wait until 10:30 or whatever time it is. The other point I want to make, I mean, in theory, it sounds like, yeah, it makes sense to have a special rule for public hearings because somehow those are matters of greater importance. In practice, I don't think that always is really true. I mean, is it really of greater importance that we remove RP3 parking from a city block versus making the decision on like all these Safe Street Madison projects that are going to hopefully positively impact people's lives all across the city? Or there are many other cases, or like the metro stop closures that we just talked about. I mean, there was no public hearing for that. So I think sometimes it is somewhat arbitrary what counts, what has to go to a public hearing, or not arbitrary, but the reasoning for why it goes to a public hearing may not be driven by the importance of public input for that topic. And so I think keeping things consistent across boards, committees, and commissions, keeping things consistent within the Transportation Commission makes sense to me. Thanks.
Okay. Other comments on the amendment? So the amendment is to, the motion is to amend the handbook to remove the last special rule on public hearings. Further discussion? Okay, I sense that there may be people voting either direction. So Aiden, would you call the roll, please? And I believe we have 10 people here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And so we would need 6 votes to pass the motion.
All right. So Bennett. Point of inquiry real quick. Can we just repeat what we're voting on?
Sure, we are voting on amending the handbook to remove the last special rule on public hearings. And that special rule on public hearings is what makes it 5 minutes. And that also would remove the special rule that we have to wait to take action to the next meeting. And we certainly can decide that ourselves, which we were talking about doing anyway.
Okay,
so is it clear?
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but I thought, but I'm pretty new on this, but just by reading the handbook, I thought we had to vote on amending the Robbie's motion and then vote on the motion.
That's what we're voting on right now is Alder Bennett's motion to amend the handbook and remove that one special rule on public hearings. And then we'll have to go back to, then that will become, if that passes, it would become part of the main motion. And then we would vote on approving the handbook and the rest of the special rules. Okay? Okay, is there further discussion? Okay, Aiden, go for it.
All right. Juliana Bennett.
Aye.
MGR Govindarajan. Aye. Barbara Harrington McKinney.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Robbie Weber.
No.
Denise Chess.
No.
Harold Cleaves.
Aye.
Darren Wozniewski.
Aye.
Pepe Barros.
Aye.
And Bill Bremer.
Aye.
Okay, Aiden, if you can make sure I'm counting right, I have 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention.
That's correct.
Okay, and that means that the motion carried, the motion on the amendment carried. So now the main motion is to approve the handbook as amended, the handbook and the special rules as amended, which would delete the special rule on public hearings. And if that motion passes, I will amend the handbook and forward it to Aiden to be reposted in Legistar the way that we approved it this evening. So the main motion is to approve the Transportation Commission handbook and special rules as amended, removing the, which the amendment was to remove the last special rule on public hearings. So is there, let's go for trying, is there unanimous consent? I'm going to assume unanimous consent unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand, or we can have a roll call vote if you prefer. Okay, the motion carries. So when we have our 3 public hearings next time, we'll have 3-minute limits, and we won't have to notice it to anybody because it will just be assumed that it will be 3 minutes. But I will make sure that everybody knows at the beginning of the public hearing that it is 3 minutes. So thanks everybody for the good discussion. I really wanted to have this discussion before we had the Metro Transit public hearing, because I knew that some people would feel on both sides of that topic. So thanks everybody. Okay, next on the agenda is a Metro Transit tour and approval of creating an ad hoc tour subcommittee. And Eric Finch and I had long conversations about this because we did the doodle poll, and there was no overwhelming most popular date or time to attend. There were 2 dates and times where there were 6 yeses and 1 if need be. Now, a quorum for the Transportation Commission is 6. So that is very tenuous in terms of, people have things that come up at the last minute, right? So the chances were very good that we would all get there, those who thought it was going forward, and we wouldn't have a quorum and we wouldn't be able to hold the tour. So Eric suggested we consider forming an ad hoc tour subcommittee who could report back to the Transportation Commission. And if this works and people are in agreement with this, we could do it again. Another tour of Metro at another time, and we could do a tour of parking facilities, which we've done in the past. We could do a tour of the traffic engineering facility as well. Robbie, go ahead.
So I guess I'm why we have to have quorum. I mean, I believe city committees in the past have done, tours tours of facilities, and it's noticed as a public meeting because there might be a quorum. But if there's not a quorum, the only rule is we can't make a decision without a quorum. But I don't believe there is any requirement that there be a quorum in order to have this tour.
Well, Eric and I talked about this at great length, and I even found a training that's on the city attorney's website that says tours and site visits are considered a BCC meeting. So, Eric, I'll let the city attorney's office answer that. But the answer I got back, Robbie, was that yes, because we're talking about business, which is Madison Metro is our business making those decisions. So, Eric, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, so
I don't think, as long as we don't make a decision, I don't think we have to have quorum. So.
Yeah, so the issue there is the city's 15-minute rule, basically where we cannot hold a meeting if we don't have quorum. So I didn't want everybody to show up to the meeting and then have to not have the meeting, which was for its noticed purpose. There's a few different ideas that were, I'm all about, if this commission wants to do something, we just have to figure out what hoops we need to jump through to do that. And so there was, because this was in some ways a social event, discussion of do we just notice it as a possible quorum, but then we determined that under state law, this is information gathering for the commission. And so it really would fall under the open meetings laws. As such, dealing with the issue then with the 15-minute rule under the Madison ordinances, I didn't want to have this situation where people showed up only to have to go home. We thought about doing a double notice or whatever, but a subcommittee, I think, solves most of those problems. There still is a general policy in the city right now against the promulgation of additional subcommittees. So this does run counter to that. But I think Anne, like she did with the handbook, did a great job of drafting the subcommittee rules where it would dissolve upon its report back. So this committee would operate exactly under the subcommittee rules under the ordinances, and then dissolve once the tour is completed, and give a good opportunity for information gathering, as well as a somewhat less formal chance for some of the commission members to meet each other. And then maybe later on down the road, the commission might do a more strictly social event where we would just post a notice of possible quorum that would do no business, just as you mentioned, Robbie. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I didn't think it would, Robbie, because we've done tours in the past, but Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Thank you. It's my understanding that, and attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, which I might be, but it's my understanding that business means votes taking place, even if we're reviewing something. Like, for example, we can read a report together. The Common Council can get together and read a bunch of things together, but as long as they don't take a vote or have like meaningful discussion on it, then it doesn't count as business under state law, right? Not quite. That's close. Under the state law, and there are some materials on the city attorney's website. Some of those are now obsolete with regard to our ordinances, but they are true with regard to state open meetings laws. And part of where they're obsolete is they don't include the recordings requirement, which recently came about for BCCs. But really, when a committee is involved in information gathering, that can be considered a purpose. There's what we call walking quorums and negative quorums, where basically, even if you just have a gathering of enough members to defeat a motion, not even a majority, but just enough to block something, that would be considered a meeting that you would need to have noticed. So in this case, forming a subcommittee to do this information gathering would be an appropriate use of the ordinances. It would comply with state law, and like I said, I think Ann did a great job of tailoring the language so that the committee would dissolve upon its report back. So creating the subcommittee, in your opinion, would be the best way to go about this?
Right now, yeah. I mean, if I knew that there was going to be 9 members in attendance, I'd say let's just call it a meeting. If I knew that there were only going to be 3 members attending, I'd say let's just put a possible quorum notice or something like that. Even then, I think with the information gathering, we might be more strictly in compliance by doing a subcommittee, even though that goes against the city's policy of promulgation of additional subcommittees. I think that adheres more strictly to the state law.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, go ahead.
Just a question. Is this partly coming out of the responses to the Doodle poll, where it seemed like there's not much overlap, and that's why we are concerned that we will not have 9 people? Okay.
Yep.
Right.
There were only 2 times where 6 people, which is an exact quorum, said for sure they could come, and 1 person said maybe they could come. So the chances were, it was highly likely that, and then the next most was where there were 6 yeses, which is an exact quorum, which means if anybody had a conflict, we'd be out. So if we have, say we invite those 7 people, which it was a pretty consistent group of 6 or 7 people for most of the dates. So if I pick that consistent group of people for this subcommittee and it's 7 people, then, we only need to have 4 people there to actually have a quorum. So the chances are much greater that we would actually have a quorum and be able to have our tour. And then do it again some other time if this works. So, yeah.
So finding that workaround.
Well, thank Eric for it, because, he's the one who suggested it, and I went, okay. But then we had to write it up and figure out if it worked. So, so this would be my best guess. And the main group of people, I would tell you that the main group of people that would be able to come would be, get that right. It's Alder Bennett, Harold, Robbie, Bill, Chris, Alder Govindarajan, and myself. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was the main group of people who could come on those 2 most popular dates, which was Tuesday, September 26th at 11 o'clock or Tuesday, October 3rd at 11 o'clock. So, and that same group of people was mostly available on several other days. So it really makes it much more possible for us to actually have a good chunk of people available for the tour. So if people think it's a good idea, we would need a motion to approve the creating the ad hoc tour subcommittee. And then I will shoot an email out to the group of people that appears to be the group that's able to attend. And then we can pick one of those 2 dates. Pepe.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand well, the creation of this subcommittee would be so you can go to do the tour without necessarily having enough quorum?
We wouldn't need a quorum of the full Transportation Commission. We would need a quorum of the subcommittee, which would be smaller.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to raise a concern here, which in this case, I might be the only representative of this concern, but I still wanted to voice it out. Could we consider for this case or for future cases the kind of like taking away the assumption that people have freedom of time in the middle of the day? I think we might run into an important equity issue if we assume that people in general can flexibilize their schedule that easily. I mean, it would be really appreciated if the doodle had at least 2 different hour options, time options. It had only a single option, which was right in the middle. So I know my case is very specific and everybody's case is specific. I don't even work within the city, so it would consider an important drive for me if I had to take, an hour or 2 off of work. I am really interested in taking a tour and participating for several reasons. One, because it's business. 2, because it is a social event in a way. And I think in terms of future, connection or facilitation of relationship within the commission, it would be beneficial that the most people that can attend to these events where we get to know each other in a different way than just through the screen. So if through a subcommittee or without it, I would suggest that we explore the alternative of doing earlier times or later times. I understand that we potentially need to do these tours within working hours because we want to have actual staff in the places that we want to tour with, working and being available for answering questions and for us to gather information. But again, it would be really appreciated if we could do that either beginning of day or end of day to facilitate people that don't have the same privilege of having that amount of flexibility during the day.
Yeah. And let me say, when we plan the social gathering, we would plan it at the end of the day. If, I don't want to speak for you, Stephanie, but I would assume if we were going to do a tour of the parking garage, we might be able to do that at the end of the day. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, we can be flexible with any parking garage tours.
Yeah. And I don't know, Yang is on, if we tour traffic engineering facility, is that something? I see the Metro Transit, because of when all the buses come back into the facility, the middle of the day is really the only feasible time to tour Metro Transit. And Mick is, might be able to speak to that better than I, but it's really not feasible to do it, at the end of the workday. But I did, Eric, put this on as update on the tour and approval of the tour subcommittee, so we could talk about the general idea of tours and not just about the subcommittee. So Yang, I assume we could do it at the end of the day if we were touring traffic engineering's facility.
You are correct. Yeah, so we are flexible. on the timing.
Okay. Yeah. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I obviously was there in some of the planning meetings, and the timing really with Metro was that this tour would need to happen between 10 and 2, I think, because of the bus hours. So I just wanted to echo that. And I think that was something that, we discussed in those meetings, whether maybe we should just cancel the tour altogether and just have a social event first. If I recall the discussion correctly. So, and obviously it's up to the commission members if you all want to do a more social event next that might be able to be attended by more members. The other thing that I did want to mention too with Metro specifically, I think the other advantage of a subcommittee is that we may not need to record the tour, which for Homeland Security and other purposes may be a slight benefit. That way we're not having to have this tension between the Madison ordinances and Homeland Security rules. So that certainly makes things easier. And then also, I think I can speak a little bit for other Metro staff. Tours haven't really been offered to the public generally, but if there is anybody that has interest in taking a tour, seeing the Metro admin offices, that's something that on an individual basis might be able to be accommodated as well for commission members, even though you might miss out on the social element in terms of that information gathering, that may be an option. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And Mick is here from Metro, so he could speak to that as well. Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Can I make a motion to approve this?
Yes, that would be welcome.
I just made that motion then. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Harl?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion about creating the ad hoc tour subcommittee. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote, unless anybody wishes to vote no. Oh, I'm sorry, Pepe. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, well, first I would love to hear Mick. I don't know if Mick, if you can offer further information about room for flexibility. I mean, hearing from the attorney, it sounded like there was time between 10 and 2. In my opinion, having that same interval of time being offered on a doodle would at least offer some flexibility compared to only offering one single time slot as an alternative.
We offer 2 time slots. Yeah.
And I don't want to be stubborn about it. I just think I don't think this commission wants to set a precedent of, essentially doing what we have been doing just because we have been doing it in the past. I feel that we have the opportunity to do things different. That's one of the premises of equity and putting equity in the front. We sometimes like to talk about equity, but taking equitable action sometimes is harder than talking about it. And if we really want this commission at some point to represent the population of the city, I think we need to take further steps towards opening space for that and being able to just offer some more flexibility. I think that's just the point. If there was some flexibility, I could also play with that and make it happen. And I think I'm hoping I am speaking for some group that might not be fully represented here, but just wanted to stress out that alternative because I don't want us to set that precedent that we didn't offer options. Thank you.
If I could just technically correct, we did offer 2 time slots, one starting at 11 and one starting at 11:30. So there were 2 time slots focused in the middle of the day because that's what I was told by Metro was what would work best for them from a safety standpoint. And Mick, maybe you can comment on that.
Yeah, just that buses start coming in about 2 o'clock. Our afternoon rush hour buses, and then we are driving them from the wash rack and parking them. And so there's just a lot of vehicles moving through the building, and it's just not really safe to walk through there at that time. So between 10 and 2 is when things are pretty much the calmest. Things start to quiet down around 10, and then 2 o'clock is when they pick up again. It's where our school routes start going out, start leaving, and then now their rush hour buses are coming back. So it's just the quiet time is between 10 and 2.
And we can go back to the drawing board and start over again, but I feel like I've spent half my life on this already. But if that's what you want to do, we can go back to the drawing board, or we can just do the social event and forget the Madison Metro tour, if that's what you prefer. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay moving to the social event, but I also just really want to extend my gratitude to Pepe to really articulating this as an equity issue. So thank you.
So I would just like to say that it just so happens, that in this particular case, we're limited on the times. We wanted to hit as many days as we could, and trying to offer too many times on different days ended up being a little bit tougher. And it sounded like, Mick, that you wanted us to really focus toward that middle time, because then we would have time to have the tour and fit within the time frames. But we would have more flexibility with other tours other than at Madison Metro. And we definitely have a lot of flexibility relative to the social event in terms of when people want to hold it. It was just Madison Metro is what you chose, is what we wanted to do. And we have limitations there. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think I want to own that, because I think I was one of the people who at some point, like many meetings ago, brought this up, where I think my intent was like, yes, I think it was maybe in the context of talking about virtual meetings and how that meant, and having lots of new members who have never met each other. And so I think my intent was like, yeah, I wanted to have an in-person event. And since I care about transit and was curious, and there was talk about the Metro tour many ages before the pandemic while we were still in person. So I threw those two things together with not realizing what all the constraints that we have learned over the past couple of weeks have been from making that a reality. So I want to own that. Maybe had we known that, I would have not suggested this. But now we're here and we've put the work in. So now I'm conflicted.
Yeah. Mick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like you were saying, is we wanted to make sure there was enough time to do the tour too. That's why we had just the 2 start times. We just wanted to make sure that we could get through there without rushing everybody out of the building when the school routes start going out.
Yeah. So let me say this, if people want to have the tour, I think the Metro Transit tour, let me be clear, then I think the subcommittee is about the only way we're going to be able to make it work under the city rules as have been interpreted for me. And we will work on putting together, I think, let me say, my impression is that the social gathering would be next most important on the list. And we would look to hold that 4:35, 5:30, whatever time you would like, so that we would be outside of business hours and, try for a date that we could get as many of the commission together as possible. So we could certainly start working on that. Going forward with the Madison Metro tour doesn't mean we won't work on the social gathering. And certainly Pepe equity is at the forefront of everything that we do. Just got really complicated with the timing of how things work at Metro in terms of what we could do and what was difficult to do. So if we go forward with this, it doesn't mean that we won't keep working on the other things as well.
Well, I appreciate your words and everyone's. So honestly, this is not coming from a space of fear of missing out or anything else. I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to say that so we make sure that for future, not only social but also business, we consider this and I totally encourage the people that are available to go to the Metro tour to do it, because I think it's important that as a commission we have representation there. So yeah, don't get me wrong at this. I think the point has already been made and taken. So I really appreciate everyone on listening about this and being willing to consider this for future. I have worked on putting together events my whole life, so I understand when there are time limitations.
Sure.
So it's not coming from there. Also, I also appreciate you sharing all that, because knowing all that before sharing a doodle would have been also very useful for, communicating. Just knowing that there were some time constraints because of safety and all that. I think just communicating that in the first place would have also helped. So listening to it right now was really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we had talked about it at a prior meeting, but it may have been one of our planning meetings where we discussed it. There was the further discussion about forming the the ad hoc tour subcommittee. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so I will send an email out with forming the subcommittee, and we will work on that, and we will also work on the social event. And before we move on to the next thing, is 5 o'clock a good time for a social event? 5:30. Give me the best so we can start out on a good note this time around in terms of when most people would be available. Do you think 5 o'clock? I'm seeing 5 from Denise. Pepe, is 5 good, or does it have to be 5:30 for you to be back?
I personally have to do daycare pickup, and I normally get at home sharp at 5, so 5:30 would mean more room, but I can always show up 30 minutes late. I'm fine with that too.
Okay. Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Is there a date decided for this? I'm sorry.
No, we haven't gotten there yet. I want to nail down a time first, and then we can throw out a bunch of dates.
Okay, in that case, I would prefer 5:30 just as a student and not having a car.
Okay, 5:30. That sounds like 5:30 works for me. Everybody else? Okay. All right. So we'll try and make it as convenient for people as we can. 5:30 on some future date to be figured out. Okay. Anything else on this one? We are setting a record on time here tonight. Safe Streets Madison is always a really good long discussion. Harold, go ahead.
So do we need to appoint members to the subcommittee? Or did we?
It's the resolution said that it was up to the chair, but I would appreciate. I'm assuming I was going to ask following people. I was going to ask Alder Bennett. I was going to ask Harold, Robbie, Bill, Chris, Alder Govindarajan, and myself, because that was the group who said they could make it on those 2 days. So if that's, I was going to send out an email to all of those folks, but copy the rest of you and, ask you to let me know if you would like to join. But remember, it's a subcommittee. So whoever we end up on the subcommittee, then it's 50% plus 1 for our quorum. So we'll notice it that there could be a potential quorum for the Transportation Commission. So if for some reason other people can come, we'll still be covered on that. And I think everybody's sick to death of city ordinances right now. So, but if everybody's good with that, I'll send an email out and we'll start there. And then we'll work on the social event, and we will also consider future tours as well. Okay. All right, great. Now we have update on capital budget. Are people still in the mood? I know a lot of people have come and stayed to talk about the capital budget. I don't know, Tom Lynch, well, how much time are you thinking that you would have for this?
Yeah, because people have come and stayed for this, I think I'd like to do it.
but I'd also like to respect your time and just do it quickly. I think, you know, if there are questions, these are the exact same presentations that were made at the Finance Committee yesterday. And so there's the opportunity to see that. But then I do know that there's a couple staff members that stayed so that
I would like to respect that and ask you to do that. And I also think it's important because in the ordinance, you know, it's our responsibility to provide input in the budget and to be aware of it. And the capital budget is at that critical phase since it was just at Finance Committee Monday and Tuesday. So, and we'll hear from you again on the operating budget at the appropriate time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Great, thanks.
Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and share. I believe I'm sharing for Metro Transit because I don't think I see their budget staff on the thing. So I'll do that, and then we'll go through traffic engineering, parking, and then I'll do transportation. So part of the Metro capital budget has to do with name changes. I think Justin wanted to have the capital budget name reflect more accurately what is being done. So instead of transit coaches, we're moving to electric buses and charging equipment. Facility repairs and improvements is just moving to a more general category called equipment and facility systems. The Metro the satellite bus facility, it's really not applicable. So I think we're going to eliminate that because once we've purchased the Hanson Road facility, we've gotten the capital monies for it. So we're good with that. And then transit system upgrades will have to do with be changed to transit speed and reliability projects. So where the transit system upgrades kind of in many ways focused on some technology and some of our GPS technologies, it broadens it a little bit just so that other things can be incorporated in that budget. The majority of the Metro Transit capital budget has to do with just approving federal funding that we've already received and providing the local match. So for the electric buses and charging equipment, it adds $25 million in federal funding from the competitive low-no grant award. But that does mean that we have to do $3 million of general obligation borrowing. $3.2 million of that local match is also being provided by UW-Madison, who's a partner on the grant. In 2025 and beyond, which is kind of beyond the 24 budget, the federal funding increased to $3.2 million and geo borrowing increases to just over $800,000 to electric bus costs. Facility repairs and improvements, it adds a $8.5 million grant award for the roof and solar. This again was part of the grant award that we announced maybe 2 months ago. It requires a local match of 1.4, which will be geo borrowing. And then we're also able to capture about $750,000 from engineering. After this, after 2024, this will be folded into the equipment and system facilities. Metro's satellite bus facility, it adds $9.4 million grant award for renovation and solar install at Hanson Road. Again, this is part of the announcement. I think it was roughly about $30 million worth of federal money that was made 2 months ago. It requires about a local match of $1.6 million plus another $750,000 million from engineering. It'll be eliminated after 2024. Equipment, facilities and system. It's a new program for regular replacement of non-bus equipment, tools, and facilities. It was formerly included in facility repairs and improvement. It's $1.9 million in federal funds and $1.9 million across the capital improvement program. Speed and reliability projects, formerly part of the transit system upgrades. Funds the project to speed up buses and reduce operating costs. There's if you think about a bus traveling from the far west side to the far east side, there's literally probably 20 points in that route that could be modified slightly, that would provide, 4 to 5 minutes, which really, that affects our operating costs. It affects passenger, experience and the like. It's the same total of $3 million from earlier capital improvement programs, and it's spread over a longer time. Now we're going to go to the parking division, which I think is actually has a little bit more dramatic or more noted things. And I'm going to defer to Stephanie if she's still online. Stephanie?
She's here. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for waiting, Stephanie. We really appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. So for 24, we had 3 items, our biggest one being the State Street campus garage project, the Lake Street garage. So a little background on that for those that have not been following this project. The current garage was built in 1964. It is an aging garage. It does need to be replaced. It will include, the new garage will include 410 public parking spaces. That is 110 stall reduction from our current garage. This garage will also provide improved transit system with the intercity bus terminal included. And it's part of the mixed use affordable student housing that offers 229 units, 755 beds, and they will have 80 private parking spaces in the garage. So this started in 2021, and we have been moving through the design phase. We recently received an updated construction cost. If you want to move to the next slide. So in 2023 budget, $49 million was approved for this project. We have an updated project cost of $61.5 million. So we are requesting an additional $12.5 million in our 24 budget. This is due to construction inflation. We've been hearing that a lot lately with everything. There's just all the costs are going up. So we did reduce the number of stalls by 90 stalls. We removed from the underground parking, just realizing that they wouldn't be utilized, and it's also connected or close to the private parking. So we are requesting the $12.5 million in non-general fund GO borrowing. That's on top of the $18 million that was approved in 2023. And then parking is using $15 million of their reserves towards this project. And we will receive $18 million in air rights from the private development. And then the other two, which are kind of minor. Parking enforcement technology costs as parking enforcement officers transition over to the parking division. We did need to replace their computers in the vehicles. So with the inflation, we did need to increase that cost. So that's at $42,500. And then just continuing with our standard vehicle replacement program for parking operations, we have $81,000 in to replace a couple vehicles in 24.
Okay, I think we'll move to traffic engineering, and I suspect Yang is on. Is Yang on?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, and good evening, everyone. So for traffic engineering, 2024 is going to be another busy year. So we are planning for a total of 12 projects and programs. So that's actually, on the right-hand side, that's 5 projects. So that's 4. That was outdated, and 7 programs. And as you may remember, we had a lot more things going on in the last few years. So from 2019 to 2022 and 2023, we actually quadrupled our projects delivered through capital programs. So we used to operating at $1.6 million also every year for capital projects. So since 2022, we've been delivering over $6 million of capital projects every year. So for 2024, we're looking at about $6.5 million capital projects. So that's a significant increase actually from the 2023 number that's adopted in the city's CIP. But from 2025 to 2027, at this point, we plan to come back down to the planned level from the 2023 CIP programs. And for 2029, so that's a new year. So there's no comparison, from the graph on the bottom right. For 2029, we're going to have some special needs, which I'm going to touch on very soon. So we're looking at, again, going back up on the capital projects. So I just want to, highlight, instead of going through like every project. So Tom, if you can go back to the previous slide. So instead of going through all the projects, I just can talk about a few major changes. So we are requesting more funding for a couple projects. The first one is the Jalan Drive tunnel lighting project under Monada Terrace. So the lighting system in the tunnel is falling apart. It's aging, and it has been exposed to a lot of storm water and other things. And the system is really old, and we have been kind of cannibalizing on the system just to keep some lights working. So the lighting is substandard, and we are looking at a program to totally replace the system. We already have some funding approved, but after some initial design, we found that there are some of the really crucial fire life safety system that we need to repair, and also has to account for inflation. So we are requesting $845,000 more in 2024 to finish the whole project. Another project we request more funding, actually the program, is Public Safety Radio System program. So our contract with a vendor will end in 2028, and we are looking into some strategic system improvements in 2029. So that's about $1.2 million. We are also requesting funding for a new project to replace and install pedestrian and bicycle counters as a multi-modal planning tool. So we're looking at $185,000. And specifically, the pedestrian counters on State Street needs to be replaced. The system is also aging, and the manufacturer actually stopped supporting those equipment. So if something goes, fails, we cannot even get parts to service those. So those need to be replaced. And we're also looking at potentially replace the counters on Southwest Path for bicycles, pedestrians. And if we still have funds remaining, we want to look at a couple of mobile units so that we can move them around and gather more counts for pedestrians and bicycles throughout the city. So there are some other small changes, including we're going to have $55,000 every year for the traffic camera lifecycle management program, and also for some programs we are adding 5% inflation adjustment. So then, really quickly, some budget highlights that we're considering. We're really trying to take advantage of the capital projects and use them to advance city priorities, such as safety and health, through our Vision Zero program, Safe Streets Medicine, and thank you all for spending quite a lot of time discussing the projects and give us feedback and providing approval so we can move forward on implementing those. It has been a very successful program, and also public safety radio communications. We are striving to improve climate resilience and sustainability by promoting active transportation, by converting our streetlights to LED. And we're really trying to advance racial equity and social justice. As you can see from our project prioritization process, building equity as a factor, and also really making effort to improve parts of the city that's substandard, such as Town of Madison roadways that's kind of coming to the city. And also we're really making an effort to do more equitable public engagement, going to underserved neighborhoods instead of asking them, come to us. And we try to capitalize on our recent success on programs such as Vision Zero and Safe Streets Medicine. We've been getting a lot of positive feedback from the public, from elected officials, and also from media. So really trying to build more support from the public and make more great things happen. And we are leveraging our resources and keep pursuing federal grants. So a few grants that we are looking at: the Safe Streets and the Roads for All program, the Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation, or the SMART program, and also the Carbon Reduction program. In addition to this, we also been playing supporting role, sometimes actually leading role on many other grant applications, such as transporting alternative programs. Even though that some of those programs those would not be officially in traffic engineering's budget, but those are going to be in other sister divisions budget, such as engineering, for example. And some of those actually were playing a leading role in those. So really trying to bring more federal dollars into the city to help us improve safety and equity and sustainability in our city. So that's all I have. With that, I'll pass on back to Tom.
Good. Again, I'll try and be brief. The major portion of our projects is going to be the North-South BRT. I won't go into much of the details because this commission will see many of the details over the coming months. But it's going to be a $150 million project. It's quite a large project. We're trying to capitalize on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It'll be 80% federal and 20% local. We've advanced this project so that we can take advantage of the federal monies before the bipartisan infrastructure bill expires. We've increased the project amount by $70 million to reconstruct Park Street to make it more people-centered. What this does is it takes advantage of $10 million of Wisconsin DOT local match money. Wisconsin DOT had already programmed about a $7 million project on Park Street, and we said, well, if you make it 10 million and make it low, state funds, we can leverage that, 20 to 80 and take care of a facility for you and us. Will include capturing $120 million of federal starts money, and it will increase our Madison contribution by about $7 million. I want to add the caveat that we must qualify for the capital improvement grant funding, which is a small starts funding. But this is our bid to capture this funding that has been greatly increased under the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Just a small description of what making it more people-centered means is, right now, Park Street is really an auto-oriented corridor. There's bus lanes where bikes share, the lane with the bus. What we'd like to do is we'd like to provide center running bus lanes. We'd like to provide a side path so that, and we'd like to provide more terraces and medians so that we could provide tree canopy and the like. You think about the facilities on Park Street, such as, the Urban League, the Centro Hispano, Nehemiah, the library, Bright Middle School's there. It'd be nice if you could, allow an 11-year-old on a bicycle to go to all those things without having to get into a travel lane. The other things are a little bit more straightforward. I-94 interchanges, the Wisconsin DOT is initiating a study that is studying I-94 from Madison basically to Portage. It's going to issue an EIS, an environmental impact study, in March of 2024. They're asking for a local commitment if we want any added improvements. In our plans, we've been proposing interchanges at a Milwaukee Street extension and also near Hepker Road, which would provide kind of an access to the America Center. We're putting it in the capital improvement program in 27 and 29, 7 million, 10 million. We will likely have to have an agreement with Wisconsin DOT in early 2024. The other items are East-West Bus Rapid Transit. We have a percent for art, which is 150,000, and intercity rail, a local match of 50,000. This has actually generated a fair amount of interest by the media. I've given a couple of interviews recently. In 2023, we authorized $350,000 for passenger rail. This 50,000 ad makes it 400,000. It'll be used for consulting services to help us with our station identification, but it may also be used for a local match if Wisconsin is awarded a corridor ID grant from the Federal Transit Administration. For some portions of it, there is a local match requirement, and so this provides us the funding to make that match. And I think with that, I'm done. Tried to do that relatively quickly, and it's 9:51.
What questions do people have for Tom and Stephanie and Yang? It's a lot going on, a lot of good work. And we appreciate it. And we'll look forward to hearing about the operating budget as well. So we appreciate you staying so late and doing that. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, you just beat me to my expression of appreciation for staff for sticking around, which I'm sure was a very long day for them, and going through that. I really, it did a lot for me to listen to that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. We really do appreciate it. Other comments or questions? It was a very thorough job, so much appreciated. Thanks, everybody. Next on the agenda, we have members of other boards, committees, or commissions who may have updates for the group. I mean, we have folks on the Downtown Coordinating Committee, the Campus Area Committee, the MPO Policy Board, the Board of Public Works, Plan Commission, Disability Rights Commission, et cetera. So anybody have any updates for the group tonight? Robbie, go ahead.
I'll just briefly say my first joint campus area committee meeting, there were a few updates on transportation things, mostly involving either extensions or changes to some of the bicycle facilities. They're doing a master plan for the Lakeshore natural area, which includes the Lakeshore Path. And there has been discussion about paving and lighting in that area, which was very contentious a few years back. I'm sure it'll be contentious again. An extension of the Campus Drive path, whether there was some discussion of improving the facility around the limnology building. I won't go into details on any of this, but basically it looks like there's some improvements to transportation facilities going on. And then we got lots and lots and lots and lots of updates on buildings, which is most of what the committee talks about. So that's it.
Great, thanks. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, very brief. The Board of Public Works approved the plans and specifications for the State Street parking garage, as we have heard in the capital budget. So it's moving along nicely.
Great, thanks. Anybody have any other updates for the group? No? I have no announcements. And in terms of future agenda topics, we have a really long list. So I've already crossed off a couple and pushed them out. But it's possible John Nolan Drive and Broome Street intersection might come back to the group as a council referral. Crossing guards, 2024 list of projects, Bikeways 2024. We have the public hearing next time and some discussion about our proposed 2024 TC meeting days before we actually propose them. And I have a couple other things which I think we'll push out to the next meeting just because, wow, we've been here a long time tonight. But Safe Streets Madison is always a very detailed discussion and very excellent discussion. So that's why we went long tonight. So anybody have any other, and we will also have the two public hearings on removing parking on North Baldwin and Midvale Boulevard. So have that added for next time as well. We'll show accessibility of Metro Transit for people with disabilities. That'll be on a future agenda topic. Alder Govindarajan.
Quick question, sorry.
Sure.
The approval we did of the Safe Streets Madison, that was just final approval, correct?
Yes.
Or does it go to Common Council?
No, it does not. The Transportation Commission specifically has the ability to approve those projects.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And the council did approve that when they approved forming the Safe Streets Madison program. Any other future agenda topics? We've had a couple of good ones so far that we've added to the list that I have. So. Anything else? Okay, we need a motion to adjourn. Darren.
I move we adjourn.
All right. Pepe, you want to do the second?
Second.
All right. My guess is that everybody would agree that this would be a wonderful idea to pass this motion to adjourn, and really appreciate everybody's feedback and input tonight as usual. Really good group of people, and I'm very grateful to be involved with you. So thanks, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.